When I was about 8 years old, my little brother and I got lost in the woods outside my family's property in Oregon. We didn't know we were lost, but everyone else seemed to. So, from the top. My grandparents used to own a cabin somewhere in or around Bend, Oregon. They sold it shortly after this event, so I still have no idea if it was because of this or simply a financial decision they had to make. Either way, I remember the home quite fondly. It had an immaculate garden, thanks to Grandma. Lots of area to run around and be free. There were some woods lining the property, stretching on for who knows how long. We weren't to go that far. My grandparents had a lassie-like dog named Tapper, who would play with my brother and I for hours, but he also acted much like a babysitter. I guess Lassie's character wasn't too far off, because Tapper was known to alert the adults when the children had wandered a bit too far. But he also had saved my grandpa, who'd gotten himself stuck in a mole hole. He'd snapped his ankle and wouldn't have been able to make it out if Tapper hadn't run home to alert Grandma. Anyway, good dog. Well, too often my little brother and I would wander just past the property and into the woods. We never did get that far with Tapper around, but on this particular day, Tapper was the one at the tree line. We thought, oh wow, Tapper boy wants an adventure too. Let's follow him. So we did. As we approached the trees, I remember Tapper disappearing into the woods, and we had to run in just to catch up with him. Once inside, though, we couldn't find Tapper. We called for him with no response. That was incredibly unusual, but like most 8-year-olds, I didn't think too much of it. We just kept on walking to find Tapper. We walked for what couldn't have been more than 30 seconds, when suddenly I got the feeling like I was in a lot of trouble. I couldn't figure out why I felt like this. I looked at my little brother, and he was just wandering off. I ran after him, grabbed his hand, told him, I think we gotta go back now. He looked at me and said, "Nuh-uh, Mama's here. She's calling for us." Then he let go of my hand and kept running off in the opposite direction. I followed after him, not because I could hear what he heard, but because I didn't want to lose my brother. Catching up with him, I grabbed him a little more firmly and said, "We gotta go. Mama's not here." But just as I grabbed him and I looked forward, I saw Tapper. Then I heard a bark, but it didn't come from the Tapper that we were looking at. It came from the Tapper behind us, at the edge of the woods, right where we had entered. Still, my brother insisted Mama was in the woods, that she was looking for us, and even still, I heard nothing outside of Tapper's barking. The other Tapper sat patiently in front of us, nodding his head in a most unusual way. I knew this wasn't Tapper, but I had no idea what it was. I calmly told my brother that we needed to get out of here and we needed to get away from this dog. "What dog?" he asked me almost in a giggle way. When I pointed at the dog, it started to snarl. It was quick and loud, so I recoiled, but my brother did not. He just stood there, looking at me, confused as to why I was shaken, and still asking me, "What dog?" He clearly didn't see what I saw, and I couldn't hear what he heard, but we needed to move. I was bigger than him, so I just scooped him up, giving him no chance to go in the other direction. I ran us towards the real Tapper, leaving the wannabe behind us. I didn't look back. When we got within a footstep of Tapper, I realized we weren't exiting the same area that we'd entered, but I was relieved to be exiting. Once we did, we heard an uproar of voices coming from our right. It was our entire family. Mom, Dad, Grandma, Grandpa. They were a mix of emotions. After reprimanding us for going into the woods, they asked why we didn't respond to them calling for us. I told them I didn't hear any of that. My brother says he heard Mama calling for him, So then it just looked like I wasn't paying attention or answering, but I swore. And I swear to this day, I absolutely did not hear that. Even with all of that considered, how did we end up on the entire other side of the woods? We didn't walk nearly long enough to cover such distance, but that's where it gets weirder. Everyone is talking about how long we were gone for. Over an hour. There's just no way that could be true. There's no way we were gone for longer than 10 minutes. I double know this because when I was a child, time always crawled. I was constantly being told to be patient or go entertain myself to pass time. I just knew that we weren't gone for that long. Anyway, I never told anyone about the dog because it didn't seem like they believed much I had to say for myself anyway. Even now, I remember how isolating that felt, to not be believed. I wasn't a child known for fibbing, but I guess as I've grown, I get it. The events that unfolded were impossible. I saw and felt something completely different than my brother, but neither of us thought that we were gone longer than a couple minutes. I can't explain it, so how could they? I don't know. I do know. There's something so unsettling about those woods. I was 19 when I finally escaped my parents' constraints, spread my wings, and left the nest. I was terrified. My parents weren't monsters, and they would have let me stay there forever if I wanted. But that's the reason I had to go, you know? I easily could have stayed living in the little mother-in-law apartment downstairs, but I felt my spirit start to wither. Born and raised in the same small coastal town, there's almost a nostalgic feeling to think that you could live like this forever. The population rarely changes through generations. Teachers could recall the antics they witnessed from the parents of my classmates when they taught them years ago. Summer jobs become careers, and you become a manager of a group of kids trying to earn money for school clothes. Simple routines, lacking urgency or accomplishment. Those adorable anchors my friends called babies, it wasn't for me. So first chance I got, I split like a cheap pair of pants, albeit my chance arrived in the form of my aunt destroying her hips, falling down the wooden staircase in her home. Her name was Colleen. She was my mom's older sister that lived alone in a secluded wooded area in New England. From what I'd known about Colleen, she'd burnt every bridge with every other family member she had, but the sisterly bond that she shared with my mom never dissolved. My parents loved Colleen, and so did I, but they both had jobs and couldn't take time off of work to care for her, so I volunteered. In a tragic turn of circumstances, the week after I arrived, Colleen would pass away in her sleep from a brain aneurysm. Instead of taking on the responsibility of getting the house ready to sell, my mom proposed that they take over the deed to the house. I think my mom was excited at the prospect of having the house all to themselves again, as when I came home the first time after Colleen's passing, half of my bedroom had already been packed up. The following weekend, all three of us drove back up to New England to pick up Colleen's ashes and unpack my belongings into the big empty house. I didn't have much when it came to belongings. Everything I owned could fit in the coat closet by the front door. The house was already furnished with frivolous high-end products my lonely aunt would order from her catalogs. The neighborhood was quiet, safe community with a good school district. This was a fact I remember my dad telling me as we set down the last box from the moving truck. It wasn't a big deal, but I was under the impression that we were all going to go out to dinner when we were done unpacking. But instead, my dad says that stuff about the school district and then goes, "So you're good here, right?" I replied in confident agreeance. I did heavily reflect upon why they were so elated for me to go. Could I have been that annoying? Have they only been nice to me for these 19 years because they were obligated to as my parents? No, they wanted to smoke pot. I never knew they were drug bugs, and apparently they weren't for 19 years, but as soon as I leave, they get hooked on the stuff again. So there I was, alone for the first night in this house. I didn't do much, unpacked a little, found a frozen lasagna buried in the freezer that didn't look horrible. I ate it on the couch while watching some terrible reality show, one that Colleen had probably recorded years ago. The place still smelled like her perfume, a powdery floral scent. It reminded me of department store makeup counters. It was strange being there without her. Not necessarily bad, just quiet. Maybe it was too quiet. By midnight, I was getting ready for bed, and I realized I hadn't locked the back door. The house had a sprawling backyard that bled into the woods, and though the town was safe, my mom had drilled into me that unlocked doors were an invitation for trouble. So I patted down the kitchen, flipped on the light, and checked the deadbolt. Locked. I frowned. I swore I hadn't touched it earlier, but I must have. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it with water, leaning against the counter as I stared out the window above the sink. The backyard was pitch black, the porch light barely illuminating the first few feet of grass before the trees swallowed the rest. The woods were so much darker here than back home on the coast. Less sky, no streetlights, just a wall of blackness stretching endlessly beyond the house. I was about to turn away when something moved. A shadow just past the porch. I caught my breath. I squinted, trying to see through the darkness. It had been quick, just a flicker of movement against the trees. An animal? Trick of the light? What light? I thought. Then something moved past the window. I jerked back so fast I nearly dropped my glass. A figure, tall, broad-shouldered, had moved along the side of the house. No flashlight, no sound, just a slow, deliberate stride. My stomach turned to ice. It wasn't my parents. They wouldn't be back until the morning. No neighbors, no expected visitors. Someone was out there. My heart was pounding as I rushed through the house, checking all the doors, flipping off as many lights as I could. I didn't want to see whatever was out there, and I sure as hell didn't want it to see me. But curiosity got the best of me. I crept back toward the kitchen, keeping low, peering out the window at an angle. The yard was still, empty. Maybe I'd imagined it. Then the porch light flickered. For a split second, I saw something at the edge of the yard. Not a person, something else. It was tall, wrong, its arms hanging far too low, its shoulders unnaturally high, its legs bending oddly, like they weren't jointed correctly. And though I couldn't see its face, I knew it was looking at me. The second the light cut out completely, I ducked below the counter. My pulse was hammering in my ears. The house felt impossibly big all of a sudden. Too many windows, too many ways for it to see me. I needed to close the blinds. I moved as fast as I could, yanking down the shades in the kitchen, then the living room, the hallway. My hands were shaking so badly, I fumbled the last one, the cord tangling in my fingers as I struggled to pull it down. And then I heard it, a deep, rhythmic clicking. It came from just outside the glass door. I went still. I practically stopped breathing. The sound I heard wasn't human. It was deliberate, patterned, like a language I didn't understand. I forced myself to move, to shut the last blind, sealing myself in darkness. I stayed crouched on the floor for what felt like hours, barely breathing, waiting for some sound, some sign that it was gone. But the night stretched on, silent, except for the occasional creak of the house settling. Just when I thought it would be safe to move, I'd hear that clicking sound. So I stayed put. And apparently I stayed put for hours, because eventually headlights swept across the driveway. My parents were back. I ran outside to meet them, nearly barreling into my dad. I told them everything about the shadow, the clicking, the way it moved. My dad sighed, rubbing his face. He told me it was probably a deer, maybe an owl. My mom said that I had been alone too long, and my nerves were getting the best of me. They really didn't understand. That night, I laid in bed, staring at the ceiling, trying to convince myself that they were right, that all of it had been my imagination, a trick of the light, an overactive mind. But deep down, I knew it wasn't those things, because as I drifted into uneasy sleep, I swore I heard it again, the same slow, deliberate clicking, somewhere beyond my walls. When it didn't happen for a few days, I decided I was safe, that whatever it was had decided to move on. This was over 4 years ago, and though I've settled into the house quite nicely, I do constantly wonder if and when I'll hear that clicking again. And as much as I don't think I want to know, I still wonder, what was it? My older sister has a ghost that's followed her around for years. She's never been the type to scare easily. She shrugs it off, calls it her ghost, like it's some stray cat that won't leave her alone. But I lived with her for 3 months once. And let me tell you, there was something in that house, and it did not like me being there. Weird things happened constantly. I'd go to bed knowing that every door was locked, every light switch off. But in the morning, the back door would be wide open, lights buzzing, the kettle hissing with steam, like someone had just boiled water, but never poured it. One night, we were getting ready to go out, and I borrowed her liquid foundation, used it, and put it back where she kept her makeup. 10 minutes later, she's asking for it, and it's just gone. She accused me of taking it. Wouldn't hear a word of my protests and made me buy her a new one. A year later, when she was packing to move, she found it, tucked inside a shoebox, with some old letters. The shoebox was zipped up in a suitcase, shoved deep under her bed. And that freaked me out. But the worst, the moment that really got me, it was the only time that I was completely alone in the house. That almost never happened. There was always at least 4 people around. I'd just gotten home from work, headed straight to the bathroom, locked the door. The house was silent, every window shut, every door latched. I was standing there, leaning into the mirror, fingers pressing into my chin to pop a pimple when, "Stop picking your zits." A woman's voice, clear, amused, right outside the bathroom door. I froze, and my heart stuttered in my chest, but my brain did the dumb thing and assumed it was my sister. I laughed, told her to fuck off, asked what she wanted for dinner. Silence. I stepped into the hall. No one there. The air felt thick, charged, kind of like the moment before a thunderstorm. I checked every room. I checked under the beds, in closets, even behind the goddamn shower curtain. I was alone. I grabbed my keys and sat on the front porch until someone else came home. Threads like this make me wish my sister was on Reddit, because God, she has some seriously fucked up stories. I used to work for a small outfitter company in Montana, leading backpacking trips deep into the wilderness. It wasn't a bad gig, long days, good pay, and I got to spend weeks at a time out in nature. But there's one trip I still can't explain. no matter how many times I go over it in my head. It was a 6-day trek, just me and a father with his 2 teenage sons. They were city folks, not used to the wilderness, but they caught on quickly. By the 4th night, we were miles from anywhere, camped near a glacial lake, with nothing but trees, mountains, and silence around us. The fire was dying down when I told them to hit the sack. We would have a long hike ahead of us. I stayed up a bit longer, making sure our food was properly hung before heading to my own tent. Sometime in the middle of the night, I woke up to footsteps outside my tent, not the quick, nervous movements of an animal. Someone was walking around our camp. I reached for my knife and listened. The footsteps circled our camp, slow and steady. I unzipped my tent as quietly as I possibly could and peeked out. The fire was just embers now, casting a weak glow over the trees. I didn't see anyone, but the footsteps were there, moving. I whispered the father's name. No answer. The footsteps stopped. For a long moment, nothing. Just the sound of the wind through the trees. Then, from the darkness, something whistled. 3 notes. High, low, high. It echoed through the trees. I remember gripping my knife so tight, my hand actually hurt. After a minute, the footsteps started again, this time moving away from our camp. The whistle came once more, farther now, before everything went silent. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. At first light, I checked the perimeter, looking for tracks. The ground was soft, plenty of footprints, but only ours. A few miles into our hike that morning, the youngest kid asked if I'd heard it. The whistling, he said. I just nodded. His dad asked what he was talking about, and the kid said, "It was weird. It sounded just like Uncle Mike." I stopped walking. "Uncle Mike?" "Yeah," he said. "The whistle. That's the one that he used to call us inside for dinner." I didn't know what to say, and his dad went pale. "Mike's been dead for 5 years," he muttered. We hiked a little faster after that. I fall asleep to your content every night, and recently it had me thinking of my own experiences and which one would be the strangest to share. Here goes. I'm an older woman now and have had many experiences that some would most likely call paranormal. This story is from when I was about 13 or 14 years old, so eons ago. I had a set of uncles and a cousin who lived in a neighborhood house. The house was owned by family friends who lived there first, and then ended up renting it out to my family. I'd always heard stories from those friends and then my own family about their experiences in the house. A lot of those experiences surrounded an apparition of a little girl, about 4 to 6 years old. Remember that. Now, from the outside, this house was normal looking. A 2-story, light blue house. Nothing distinct about it. Nothing abnormal from the outside. It had 7 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and 2 sets of stairs leading upstairs. We often used the back door and the back staircase to get upstairs, because most of the hauntings took place around the front set of stairs. So that staircase had always been blocked off since as long as I could remember. Around the time I turned 13 or 14, my mom and I ended up having to stay there for a while due to financial issues that she was going through. I remember always feeling like everything was so dark in there and never wanting to be alone. But after visiting many times and then actually living there for a little while, I had never really experienced anything myself. So I started to think that maybe everyone was making things up or smoked too many J's or something. My mom and I had the 2 front bedrooms upstairs, closest to the blocked-off stairway. The first room had these 2 front-facing windows, and the second bedroom was right behind it with side-facing windows. This first really freaky thing that happened wasn't so much paranormal, but crazy nonetheless. At the time, my best friend was V, and we were both outcasts through and through, best of besties, hung out every day, skipped school all the time, all of that. A while after we started staying at this house, I took V up to the room I was staying in. We walked in, and the first thing she said was, "Oh my God, no fucking way." Of course, I had no idea what she was talking about, so I asked. V started crying and said, "Remember when I told you about that dream? The one that I always have, where I'm a little girl sitting in the window and I fall out the window and I die?" I'm literally getting chills recounting this. She kept going, telling me this was the room. These were the windows from the dream that she'd had countless times. So we talked about it a little. I was getting creeped out because she was so emotional, and I really had no reason not to believe her. She wasn't one to lie or make things up, and I'd never told her about the little ghost girl that people had seen. We ended up coming to the conclusion that maybe, in a past life, she'd lived and died there, and that the apparition of the little girl that people kept seeing was possibly her from another life. Up to this point, nothing really paranormal had happened to me, but about 2 nights later, after V and the window incident, I got a full-on taste of it. I was sound asleep in that same front room. I had a pet rat named Freddy who was in a cage on the left side of my bed. I woke up to Freddy screeching as loud as he could, like nothing I'd ever heard him do before. I sat up and he climbed up the side of his cage, screeching at the top of his little lungs, clawing at the side of the cage. I was literally like, what's going on? I went to stand up and out of nowhere, a pen came flying at my face from the area of the window. It stopped right in front of my eyes and dropped to the floor. I was not on drugs or alcohol. I was only 13 or 14, didn't party, had no mental health issues. This 100% happened. I was so scared I ran to the other room where my mom was and laid down with her. The whole night I had awful nightmares. The one I distinctly remember was of a huge bloodshot eye with red and blue lights flashing behind it, looking at me through the window in the room my mom was in, the one that I was in with her that night. The other dreams were full of dark shadows, being lost, and just odd stuff like that. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I'd been hit by a truck. I started to remember everything from the night before, so I went to check on Freddy. He was okay, acting normal. I looked down, and that pen was still right there, where it had fallen in front of my face the night before. I didn't pick up that pen. I don't know who did. It stayed there for weeks, and then one day it just wasn't there anymore. That was the only experience in that house that I would actually consider paranormal. That was horrible to recount. It's been a very long time since I've thought about that night in such depth. Thanks for listening. A friend of mine lived in this really old building, a real relic, built sometime in the early 1800s in a tiny Texas town that looked like it hadn't changed much since. His apartment was upstairs with businesses below. The whole place had originally been some kind of small factory, but over the years it had been chopped up, repurposed into modern living spaces. Of course, modern is a stretch. There were plenty of reminders that this place wasn't originally meant to be lived in. The weirdest one, the small door in the closet that led to, well, nothing really. Just an odd, empty space between the walls, like a forgotten gap in the architecture. It didn't seem to serve a purpose, except for occasionally blowing itself open with an icy draft, which he chalked up to bad remodeling. And that's the same reasoning he used for the noises that he'd sometimes hear from behind it. Soft rustling, quiet thuds. The kind of thing you hear and convince yourself that it's just the building settling, even when it doesn't quite sound like that. And then there were the windows. They'd be open, randomly, not just the ones that he and his girlfriend had opened, but others, ones that neither of them had touched. He'd come home and find them open, close them, and then later they'd be open again. At first he figured that the latches were old and loose, maybe weak enough to give way over time. It was weird, sure, but not enough to lose sleep over. That changed the day that he stayed home from work. He was in the kitchen when he heard it. Click. The unmistakable sound of a window latch popping open. Then another. Then another. One after the other, moving in a line across the apartment, as if someone was walking through the living room, unlatching them, one by one. And then, all at once, they swung open. Every single one. He grabbed his keys and left. No hesitation. Spent the rest of the day somewhere, anywhere else. When he came back that weekend, he tried to find some kind of logical explanation, checking the latches, looking for drafts, anything that could have caused it. Everything seemed normal. For a while, nothing weird happened again. Then, a month later, his girlfriend stayed home alone. She called him, freaking out, saying that it had just happened to her. The windows, one after the other, and then all of them at once. At that point, they both just accepted it. The windows were weird. The building was weird. Maybe the whole town was weird. Whatever, it wasn't dangerous, right? And then they got the dog. It was a puppy, stupidly happy, always running around, chewing on stuff it wasn't supposed to, doing all the things puppies do. But there were moments, specific moments, when all of that stopped. Whenever the closet door blew open or the windows unlatched, the puppy would freeze. It would stop playing, stop wagging its tail, just go completely still. And then it would watch something. Its eyes would lock onto a point in the room where, as far as they could tell, there was nothing. And then, without breaking focus, its gaze would slowly track across the space, like it was following someone moving through the apartment. They never saw anything, never heard anything, but the dog did. And after the third or fourth time it happened, they decided they weren't going to wait around to figure out what it was that was watching. They moved out. No second thoughts, no regrets, just gone. A buddy and I were driving through some Texas back roads late one night. It was raining hard, one of those steady downpours where the windshield wipers can barely keep up, and everything outside the headlights turns into a black, shifting blur. Out there aren't streetlights, just stretches of empty road, scattered farmhouses spaced miles apart, open land as far as the eye can see, if you could see anything at all through the rain. We had to slow way down just to stay on the road, creeping along with only the occasional fence line or mailbox breaking up the nothingness. And that's when we saw her. She was walking along the side of the road. Nothing remarkable about her, just a woman, dressed for the weather, head down against the rain, but she was out in the middle of nowhere. And that didn't make any sense. No car nearby, no houses within at least 2 miles. I pointed her out, but my buddy had already seen her. I could tell by the way that he was tightening his grip on the wheel that he was nervous. "Should we stop?" I asked. He didn't answer right away, just kept driving, fingers tapping the steering wheel, like he was weighing something in his head. Finally, he shook his head. "I don't know, man. That's weird." And I agreed it was weird, but that was exactly why we should stop, right? If she was out there in the middle of nowhere in the pouring rain, something must have gone wrong. Maybe her car broke down. Maybe she'd gotten lost. Whatever the reason, she had to be freezing, drenched. But my buddy was uneasy. and since he was driving, he kept going. Still, it nagged at me. Something about it felt off. After a minute, I convinced him to turn around, just to check. We'd gone barely a couple 100 feet before he pulled a slow U-turn, the tires kicking up water. We drove back, high beams on, scanning the road, the ditches, the fields beyond the fences. She wasn't there. The road was empty, just a stretch of wet pavement disappearing into the dark. We slowed even more, brights cutting across the fields. Nothing, no movement, no sign that anyone had been there at all. She must have cut through to a house or something, my buddy muttered. But he didn't sound convinced. Neither was I. Because there was nowhere to go. The fields were wide open, flat, and muddy as hell. If she'd walked through, there'd be tracks. And even if she had, where was the house? The nearest one was miles up the road. We sat there for a minute, rain hammering on the roof, wipers squeaking against the glass. Eventually, my buddy exhaled sharply, shook his head. Let's just go. Neither of us said much the rest of the way home. My daughter called me from the future, and I wrote this a little while ago about it. I have a 3-year-old daughter now. About 3.5 years ago, when my wife was pregnant with her, I got a phone call from an unknown number. When I picked it up, it was a little girl who called me Daddy. I told her, "Sorry, but you have the wrong number." And she answered, "No, you're my daddy." I proceeded to tell her, "No, I don't have a daughter." And the little girl said in one of the creepiest little kid voices that I can remember, "Oh, yes, you do, Daddy." And then I was so freaked out and strung out on caffeine that I just hung up. My wife asked what had happened, and I joked that our daughter had called me from the future. Sure enough, a few months later, we did have a little girl, and I was a daddy. Fast forward to yesterday. I was taking care of her and moving some boxes, and I heard her on the phone with Grandma. At first, I thought nothing of it, and then I realized she must have used the auto dial herself, and I was impressed. And then I realized I needed to ask some questions and put the phone out of reach to prevent unwanted 911 calls and the like. When they were done talking, I asked her who she had called, and she said, "Just Grandma and you." I'm 100% sure that she didn't phone me yesterday, even though she maintains it and says that we talked. I checked the call log. It has dozens of phone numbers on auto dial, ones that she tried, and our home number is one of them. So sure, maybe it's just a coincidence, but it's a bit spooky. Hello, my name is Heidi. I'm a stay-at-home mother in Larchmont, New York, 23 years old. My son Malachi is 3 years old, and as his vocabulary grows, he's been able to describe more complex things in his environment and express his emotions with more context. His pediatrician says Malachi is advanced for his age. I'm sure he gets that from his dad, but unfortunately, I'm not here to brag about my smart boy. Within the last few weeks, out of nowhere, he's been having night terrors. Every night, he wakes himself up screaming. I've rushed into his room on multiple occasions to find him sitting up in bed, still asleep, screaming so loud, I've worried that his vocal cords might be permanently damaged. I have to shake him awake. He's having the same dream multiple times a week, and I don't know what to do about it, because Mommy can't protect him in dreamland. When Malachi wakes up, he tells me about how he died in a fire. He says that he's always in an office building, wearing clothes like Daddy, which I think means business attire. He says there are other people in the room, all of them sad. Some are gathered around a TV, while others are looking out the window. Malachi says he's been able to walk to both parts of the room in different dreams, and what they're watching on the TV is the same thing happening outside. There's another building next to his, and it's on fire. He sees people waving things and jumping from the windows. He can't see where they land, but he knows they're really high up. People from the floors above him are jumping too. Before the fire reaches them, the people in his room are crying. Then an explosion shatters all the windows, injuring those who had been looking outside. Smoke and flames fill the room, and then, he says, the sky falls down. The largest fire Malachi has ever been around is our fireplace, and he's never been close enough to even feel the heat. I don't understand where this fear is coming from. One day in August 2013, I went to Mastic Beach in Long Island, New Jersey. Mastic was extremely far from being safe, and someone like me was definitely the minority there. Now this beach is extremely filthy and has rarely ever been cleaned. It was the closest beach from where I lived. The other closest beach was over 35 minutes away, and I only had a learner's permit at the time. I really wasn't supposed to be driving alone at all, but the beach was only 5 minutes away, and there were no police in that area. I arrived at the beach. I saw that there were no cars in sight. I took a chair, towel, handbag out of my car and placed it on the sand. After placing these items down, I walked my way over to the water, put my feet in there. I walked further into the water. Now my knees were in there. I thought about swimming for a second, but I saw that the water was all murky and had algae in it. So what I did was walk out of the water, walk back to the shore. I grabbed my chair, dried myself off with a towel. I wasn't planning on leaving anytime soon because it was hot out and it was very sunny. It was nice. Instead of going back in the water, I decided that I would walk along the Long Beach area. So I proceeded. About 10 minutes into my walk, I started to smell something. At first, I figured that it was just some trash lying around near, or some dead fish. As I continued to walk forward, the smell kept getting stronger and stronger. The whole time walking, I didn't look in any direction other than in front of me. I was still walking, looking only at 12 o'clock. I felt my foot hit something hard and hairy. I looked down, and what I saw was something that you'd hear in a horror story. Right below me was the lifeless head of an old woman, and her eyes and mouth were open wider than humanly possible. As I saw this, I screamed like a little girl and ran so fast, like I was on steroids. When I got back to my chair, I threw up immediately from running so fast and from the gut-wrenching sight that I had just seen. I got my phone out of my bag and called the police. I then connected to a 911 dispatcher, told her everything that she needed to know. She then told me to stay put where I was at, as the police would be on their way. When the police arrived, I told them where the body was. They thanked me, told me to go home because they were going to shut down the beach area. It was under investigation. I would say about 3 weeks had passed when one morning I turned on the news, like I would always do, and I saw that the dead woman had finally been identified. Her name was Diane Ross, and she was 63. It was also revealed that the cause of her death was murder, as she'd been stabbed in the back of her neck. I was in such disbelief. They were never able to trace the DNA to whoever had killed her, and the killer had never been caught, which I guess is the scariest part about all of this. As of today, I never went back to that beach, and I never will. I have also moved to a different and more wealthier town in Long Island, where it's more safe, the crime rate is low. Although this was 11 years ago, it still feels like it was yesterday. Time flies fast. When I was in college, I lived in an old duplex in the lower unit. One day, I noticed our internet had cut out and nothing I did seemed to get it working again. I decided to follow the cable to see if there was something wrong there. It led me into the basement and stopped at a door that I had never noticed before, since I only went to the basement to do laundry. The upper tenant barely went down there at all. I opened the door and inside is an entirely separate unit where someone clearly must have rented years ago. I look closer. I see that all the floors and walls are charred, like there'd been some sort of fire at some point. And scattered on the floor was the creepiest array of objects. I still don't really know how to make sense of it. The floor is covered in baby toys, like not old looking or burned, just scattered everywhere. There's also a few photos of people on the floor, but these are all burned, so I can't see who they are. The creepiest thing I found on the floor, though, was an unopened letter sent to my address, postmarked from 1994. I'm a snoop, so obviously I opened it. It's very brief, but it basically was like, I hope all is well. I'm praying very hard for your baby. Sincerely, Father Frank. I could be wrong about the exact name, but it was definitely Father something. I got out of there and called my internet provider, who sent a guy out to see what was up. He came over, did something to turn it back on. And when I was like, hey, why did that happen? Is there an outage or something? He was like, I don't know, man. That was kind of weird. This all happened on Halloween, so still just creeps me out so much. When I was 8, my parents and I flew to Philadelphia. My grandmother had died and we were there for her funeral, I believe. Although I was born in Philadelphia, my parents had moved to Wyoming shortly after I was born. They were excited to show me all of their old stomping grounds, high school sweethearts. Both of them grew up in the city. We parked on a random side street and walked up and down the city as they pointed out various landmarks. They seemed nostalgic, reminiscing about their youth. At one point, we stopped for ice cream at a shop where my dad used to take my mom on dates. On the way into the shop, I noticed a homeless man sitting nearby. He wore an eye patch and had no shoes. I felt bad for him, but my parents seemed to pretend he wasn't there. After we got our cones and left the shop, I told myself not to look at him again, but my undiagnosed ADHD made it impossible to resist. It was like trying not to crack your knuckles, knowing the relief that comes after. I couldn't help myself. I glanced. The man was staring directly at me. He was tall and skinny, wearing pants too big for him and a coat riddled with cigarette burns. He stood barefoot on the cold concrete. My parents walked ahead, completely unaware. I knew I shouldn't look again, but the urge was too strong. I turned my shoulder this time to peek back, and to my shock, the homeless man was now just 2 feet behind us. Before I could react, he lunged at me, grabbing the sleeve of my coat. His face was wild, and before I could scream, he started yelling, "You're my girl! You're my girl!" Everything happened in a blur. Within seconds, my dad had tackled the man, throwing punches. The homeless man was tall, taller than my dad, who I'd always thought of as the tallest man ever, a giant. My dad, usually gentle, was transformed by rage. His first punch dropped the man, but the grip on my coat remained. It took several more blows before the man would let go. It was horrifying. I was inches away from my dad's fist as he pummeled this man. When I finally broke free and ran to my mom, my dad was still hitting him. A small crowd had gathered, but no one intervened. It was my mom who finally screamed, "Stop! You're going to kill him!" After that, we hurried back to the car. There was no more sightseeing. We didn't visit anywhere after the funeral either. My parents were visibly shaken, and we left Philadelphia right after the wake. At the reception that was held at my uncle's house, I couldn't focus on the good memories of my grandmother. I was too distracted by the sight of my mom wrapping my dad's bloody hand in gauze. I'm pretty sure he broke his right hand on the homeless man's face that day. As an 8-year-old, I left Philadelphia thinking it was a scary place that I never wanted to visit again. And sure, Philly can be a tough city, but what happened wasn't just a random, unfortunate event. And I found this out about a decade later, completely by chance. Halloween. We were all going through old photos in the kitchen. My parents were showing me their old Halloween costumes. Some of mine as a child were mixed in there, but mostly it was my parents' old photos. I noticed a stack of photos on the kitchen counter. It didn't look like we'd gone through them, so I took them out of the envelope and went to move them to the table. They were high school pictures of my parents with their friends, school events, parties, typical teenage memories. In a lot of these pictures, there was a guy who stood out. He was hard to miss because of his distinct eye patch and his height, taller than my dad. Curious, I brought one of the pictures to my mom and I asked, "Who's this guy?" Her reaction immediately set off alarm bells. She was trying way too hard to act normal. I could tell something was off, so I pressed further and asked, "Did you guys know that homeless man in Philadelphia? Is this him?" My question shattered her composure, and she broke down sobbing, way more than I'd anticipated or ever seen before. I thought she would have brushed it off with a casual, "Yeah, he was just a guy from high school who went down the wrong path," or something like that. But instead, she had a full-blown panic attack. My dad had to help her to the couch to calm her down before she fainted. At that moment, I knew that I'd stumbled onto something much bigger than I'd imagined. Then we were interrupted by trick-or-treaters. But afterwards, I showed my dad the photo. I saw tears well up in his eyes. I was completely confused, wondering what the heck was going on. And that's when they finally told me the truth. The man with the eye patch, the homeless man who grabbed me, was my biological father. All three of them had been friends, best friends in high school. But at some point, my biological dad got heavy into drugs, started showing signs of severe mental illness. He became abusive, and when my mom found out that she was pregnant, she'd already stopped seeing him after he'd tried to strangle her while driving on the freeway. The man who raised me, Jerry, he had stepped in. He was loyal to my mom and helped her escape the toxic relationship, even moving to Wyoming. Over time, their friendship blossomed into love, and he took on the role of my father without hesitation. Hi, I'm Laura. I'm 25 and currently going through a divorce. I moved in with my sickly grandmother roughly 2 months ago. She doesn't need full-time care, so mostly I just handle the housework and keep her prescriptions straight. She's lived in this same house for my entire life and tells everyone it's haunted. But we thought Nana was just being Nana. She's always been superstitious, but no, it's haunted all right. But before I start with the strange experiences, there's a few things to know. First, the house was built in the 50s, but it has only had 2 previous owners, and there's no records of any deaths occurring on the property, natural or otherwise. Second, it's a small 2-bedroom, 2-bathroom house, and the walls are pretty thin, so we can hear everything. And finally, upon moving in, Nana advised me to cover the mirror in my room because it's the source of the haunting, according to her. Also, the mirror is part of an extremely large dresser that sits against the same wall as the door. It's made of real wood and takes a lot of people to move it. Okay, now we can start for real. Thanks to my diary, I started keeping track of the activity before I knew there was anything to keep track of. I'd had trouble sleeping the first couple of nights, but I'm having a really difficult time with the divorce. Of course, it was hard to sleep. On the third night, I kept hearing Nana get up to go to the restroom at least a dozen times. Footsteps walked across her room, down the hall, and into the bathroom. Then, after a short pause, they would return to her room. I assumed that she wasn't flushing the toilet as to not wake me. The next morning, I asked if she was feeling okay, or if there was anything special I could pick up on the way home from work. When she asked why, I explained, and she said that she didn't get out of bed once the entire night. That I probably heard, in her words, the man in the mirror. I was late for work, and I thought that she must be embarrassed, so I didn't press the issue. I did, however, begin sleeping with headphones. 2 days later, I woke up and, still groggy, walked past the dresser and caught a glimpse of a dark shadow standing on my bed. I screamed, turning to see nothing but an empty room. When I looked back at the mirror, it was normal again, too. Since I was physically rubbing the sleep out of my eyes when I saw it, I chalked it up to Nana's stories getting to me. I've also had a few reoccurring dreams where a man calls to me from inside the mirror, but I don't want to officially include those among my possible encounters since they could easily be my imagination. However, for the record, I've never had nightmares like this before moving here. Things were quiet for over a week after the first Shadow Man incident. I had pretty much forgotten about the whole thing, but then it happened again. I was standing directly in front of the mirror, putting on my makeup, and I glanced down just long enough to make sure I got the right eyeshadow. Ladies, I know you know what I mean. That quick flash down and then right back up while you're leaning towards the mirror. I did that, and when I looked back up, there was a blurry oval shape, very head-like, hovering right behind my shoulder. I only saw it for a brief instant before screaming and turning, but it wasn't a fully formed shadow figure like before. This was more like strands of black fog trying to solidify into the shape of a head, but falling short. When I calmed down, I finally had a serious talk with Nana about the mirror. Before, I had immediately dismissed her stories without really hearing them, but now I was ready to listen. When Nana and Grandpa moved in, the house was empty except for that dresser and the attached mirror. Being such a bulky item, they assumed the previous owners didn't have a way to move it and left it empty for over a month, just in case they came back. It really is a beautiful set. This was after Mom and her 2 brothers were grown, so it was just Nana and Grandpa living there. A few months later, it was Thanksgiving, and they decided to move the dresser into their room. It took Grandpa, both of my uncles, and my dad just to slide it across the hallway. And they even told Nana, "I hope you like it because that baby is in there forever." Little did they know. They began hearing noises soon after. On multiple occasions, Grandpa got out of bed with his gun because he thought someone had gotten inside, but he never found anyone. Eventually, Nana saw a shadow figure crouched in the corner of the room, but when she turned around, no one was there. She saw it on 2 other occasions as well. Once when it was standing a few feet behind her, and once when it was sitting on her bed. Grandpa never saw it, but he witnessed the whole mirror shaking by itself while getting dressed one morning. By Christmas, they had seen enough and wanted it gone. Dad and my uncles were none too pleased with the development, but seeing how upset my grandparents were, they agreed to move it back into the guest bedroom. Only that wasn't good enough. They wanted it out of the house entirely. Unfortunately, they had barely been able to get potholders beneath the legs to slide it between adjacent rooms the first time. To get it outside, they would have had to pivot around multiple corners. Nana was so upset that one of my uncles measured just to confirm it wasn't physically possible. They would have had to take it apart and cut the frame to get rid of it. Even if they'd had the time, they didn't have the right tools. My uncles promised to do it after New Year's, but life got easier once the mirror was out of my grandparents' room, so it just never got done. They kept it covered with a blanket and would hear the occasional noise, but for the most part, They stayed out of that room and forgot about it. I'm the only other person who has actually lived in the same room with that thing, and now I also keep a blanket over it. Again, there was more than a week where nothing happened, but just as I let my guard down, I woke up to the sound of my music suddenly being turned all the way up during a particularly loud part. My headphones had done a perfect job of blocking out any nighttime noises up until that point, but I didn't want to sleep with them after that. Since then, I've woken up to the sound of a man crying, and I tried to record it, but the second I got my camera open, everything went silent. That was the last thing I've experienced so far, but I'm sure there will be more. I have no clue what this mirror's history could be or how to find out. I just know that I'm getting pretty close to buying a handsaw and dismantling this thing myself. My grandparents basically raised me, so growing up between the ages of 4 through 9, I spent a majority of my childhood living with them in their home in eastern Washington. It was what I'd call my happy place, but every once in a while I'd have to spend some time with my mom. I say have to because at this time she was no fun to be around. She didn't get clean until I was about 9, so things before that were always shaky. My resistance to seeing my mom, though, it wasn't all her. A lot of it had to do with her apartment. It sat in downtown Spokane, and it was a small one. I guess you'd call it a studio. There was really only one door, the front door. The bedroom was essentially the living room and the kitchen, but the bathroom, it was across the hallway. You'd have to leave the apartment and step across the way to access it. Each unit shared their bathroom with another one, though this didn't seem to be a problem since most of my mom's buildings seemed empty. The first time I stayed there, I remember being too scared to use the bathroom at night, so I just held it, waited for some light outside. This couldn't last, though, not if I didn't want to have an accident. One night, squirming in the pull-out bed, I tried to wake my mom up to see if she would go with me. She was unwakeable. She was snoring, and clearly in a deep sleep. After being patient long enough, I had no choice. I tried to make as much noise as possible, in hopes that those noises would wake my mom up, but it didn't work. I'd made it to the front door, and she was still snoring, so I ventured across the hallway, solo. It was only a couple of steps before you were inside the bathroom, but it seemed like miles. My stomach was all sorts of nervous to be standing between two open doors, so I tiptoed my way into the bathroom. With the light switch on the outside, I was able to turn the light off before entering fully, and then I closed the door behind me. I tried to make the whole thing as quick as possible. Everything was going well, but just as I was about to be done, the lights turned off. Sitting in the pitch black, I almost shit myself, which, considering my position, wouldn't have been the worst, but no, I was terrified. Completely frozen in position. Somehow I managed the meekest of sounds. I was attempting to say, "Someone's in here," but it was hardly a whisper. I tried again, and I was more successful, but the light remained off. I really wasn't sure I was going to ever be able to move. I was scared of the dark as it was, but here I knew that I was completely alone. 2 doors separating me from my mom, who was in a deep sleep slumber. It occurred to me that I was exposed to various strangers the moment I opened that door. Anyone could be out there. Still in the pitch black, I positioned myself to pull up my pants. Now slightly less exposed, I contemplated what to do next. Instantly, I went for the sink, and before I could even touch the faucet, I was flailing sideways, back towards the toilet, horrified by the image reflected in the mirror. In the darkness, I hadn't expected to see myself, but I saw something. At first, I couldn't distinguish male or female, but the hair was stark white, which matched the skin entirely. The figure wasn't looking at me directly, and even though I saw this image directly in the mirror, it was still too dark to see anything else. I instinctively looked behind me as I jumped to the side. The reflection had to be coming from somewhere, right? I was alone in there. This image remained in the mirror despite me moving away from the mirror. Its gaze held off to the side, not saying anything, not even really doing anything except seemingly floating within the mirror itself. Just a disembodied head of pure white. Only there were features. I could tell that whatever this was, at one time, it was a human, or it wanted me to perceive it as such. I started to feel a sense of dread. Before, I'd been scared, and then curious, and now I just knew I needed to get out of that bathroom. As I made my way to the door, avoiding the sink this time, I kept my eyes on the old white head staring to the side. But then, it looked directly at me, blackness where its eyes should have been. I don't remember if I screamed out loud, but I stopped looking at the mirror to focus on the doorknob. I couldn't see it, but I knew it was there. It was one of those pop locks. Just turn the knob from the inside and it unlocked itself. Only, that wasn't working. All I could think was that someone had to be holding the door or something. The strength I was using was everything I had. The door should have at least budged. Panic ensued, and by this time, I was crying, trying everything that I could now just to be heard. Couldn't someone just please open this door? Then, the lights flickered for a moment, but total darkness again. If heart attacks are possible at 7 years old, I was sure I was about to have one. But then, as I was hanging backwards with all of my body weight, holding the doorknob with both hands, feet against the wall for support, the door suddenly opened, and I fell backwards, hitting my head. The next thing I remember, I'm laying on the bathroom floor, fluorescent lights above my head, and as I sit up, I can see the door is wide open. I make a run for my mom's front door and thank the literal God above himself that it wasn't locked. I didn't need any other obstacles. I wasn't like a religious kid or anything, but I prayed that night. Instead of sleeping, I just literally prayed that I never experience that again. I prayed that whatever that experience was, that I was safe, that my mom was safe, that God would protect us. I was making deals with God all night, basically, promising to never be bad, always tell the truth, join the Peace Corps. I'm sure that I didn't really have a clue what it was and that I actually called it Corps for the longest time, but clueless as I was, I just needed whoever was in charge to know that I seriously never wanted to experience that again. And I never did. My mom only lived there for that year, and I only saw her a handful of times. Her next place was arguably worse, looks-wise, in the area. It was horrifying for its own reasons, but at least it wasn't someone living inside of her mirror kind of horrifying. I still have no idea. Ghost, demon, what was that thing? As part of a history project in college, we were tasked with exploring a piece of our own family history, specifically connecting with information from those no longer with us. We were told that we could have as little or as much information as possible on the person or the piece of history, but it was our job to create a historically accurate yet compelling story. My family is huge. I don't know a lot of them, but my mom is one of those that keeps up on what everyone is doing all the time, and she's part of those ancestry websites. So all I had to do was ask her, and I knew that she'd lead me down the most interesting path. My great-grand-uncle Charlie was a Catholic priest, one who participated in exorcisms nonetheless. I never personally had the chance to meet him, and he died in the late 90s. But my mom always spoke very fondly of him and kept a lot of his things. She says he was a man of a million stories. Apparently on the side, he was a bit of a self-proclaimed author. One of his short stories was actually published in a local magazine in Minnesota back in 1981. I'm sure it was great, but personally, I never read that one. Amongst the various articles, notebooks, cool photos, I was most interested in his personal notebooks. These were writings he'd never published, things he'd experienced in his lifetime as a priest and just in life in general. I found several intriguing stories, and at first it was hard to just focus on one thing. Next thing I knew, I'd already gone through one of his notebooks in its entirety. He wrote lots about his earlier days, and I found these to be some of his most interesting. I'm choosing to share this one with you all because it gave me full body chills. The entry is from 1989, but he talks of a time before that. It's the story of his second exorcism. January 1st, 1989. This evening, while processing the passing of Bishop McHale, I was reminded of a case from my younger days as a priest. I encountered extraordinary yet terrifying events often, but it was this one that forever altered the course of my future with the church. It was a somber evening, much like tonight, when the news reached me. Bishop McHale came to the Archbishop and myself, carrying stories of a young woman plagued by a demonic possession. Shortly after Bishop McHale finished reciting the various ailments which had been reported to him, Archbishop McCallum granted permission for us to move forward. With a heavy heart, I embarked upon the solemn duty of performing an exorcism. It was new for me. It was only my second one, but I was honored, ready, and I was not alone after all. There was Bishop McHale, but there was also the Heavenly Father, too. That's what you can never forget, never lose sight of. Arriving at the family's humble abode, I was struck that it wasn't so far away from my own. I could sense a palpable darkness hanging in the air where the afflicted woman resided. The family was desperate for salvation. This was obvious at once as they greeted us with a mix of trepidation and high hopes. They guided us to the room where the young woman lay. My first observations of the woman were that her eyes were vacant, almost blackened, and her body was contorted in unnatural ways. Compassion and fear intertwined within me. The woman was restrained, gently but still. The ties on the pieces of satin were secure. The family feared the young woman, but loved her greatly. The room became even more tense upon the arrival of Bishop McHale and myself, so we began the ancient ritual of exorcism almost immediately. Not long after we started, the room was filled with prayers, the scent of incense, and the flickering light of the candles. I recall their glow casting eerie shadows on the walls, shadows which couldn't compare to the real evil inside the room. The demon within the woman fought vehemently, its presence becoming increasingly malevolent with each passing moment. The woman writhed and convulsed, her voice transforming into an otherworldly growl before once again mimicking the cries of a natural woman. For a moment she was lucid, crying and pleading that she couldn't see, that she couldn't hear. She begged and pleaded with the room, trying to understand what was happening to her. We told her to be strong, to fight it. Though she didn't stay long, her voice distorted again as she screamed and laughed obscenities at the room. It was that moment which I caught a glimpse of the demon that had taken a hold of her. Its eyes now reflected the depths of its wickedness. The creature's voice echoed with a chilling resonance, one that was filled with hatred, so much so that it shook me deep to my core. She spoke and spat vile things at everyone in the room, focusing heavily on Bishop McHale and myself. Wicked accusations, horrific imagery that they tried to paint. It was relentless. They were spewing wildly, switching from English to Latin to something entirely unintelligible. This was nothing like my first experience, the one that I wrote about in 1986. This demon was unlike anything I'd experienced in the church, unlike anything I'd experienced in life. I would be lying if I said that there was no fear. I kept it deep down in the depths where only I knew it existed. Throughout, I remained steadfast. It's of great importance that you never lose faith. It's always my faith grounding me in the face of this ancient evil. My voice wavered at times, sure, but I pressed on, reciting the sacred words with unwavering determination, Bishop McHale doing the same as the prayer of St. Michael radiated from the two of us, filling the room. The battle was all too grueling. I call it a battle as it's the closest I've come to fighting something, aiming to destroy something before it could further destroy this woman. Bishop McHale and I continued exorcising the demon. As the hours passed, I watched the poor woman's vessel endure tortures no one ever should. Still, we didn't stop. She was in and out of consciousness. She was weak, but we also watched as the demon's grip weakened too, and its resistance fading. With one final prayer, a large surge of energy, it was expelled from the young woman, instantly leaving her limp and exhausted, but alive and breathing. The whole room felt as if it was singing. The reality is it was silent. A beautiful silence settled upon the room, broken only by the sound of our breathing. I found myself forever changed in the aftermath of this encounter. The experience had deepened my understanding of the forces that exist beyond our mortal realm. It ignited a thirst within me to delve further into the realm of spiritual warfare, to study the ancient texts, to learn more of the nature of demons and possession. It was in the following years that I became known for my expertise in exorcisms. Bishop McHale, too, he was my teacher, my mentor. Bishop McHale, the church had recognized his dedication and entrusted him with the responsibility of training future priests in the sacred art of battling darkness. As one of his pupils, I too would go on to train future priests. Of course, this was all before I stopped this work, pre-1980. Because the truth is, with each successful exorcism, a part of my soul grew heavy with the weight of what I had witnessed. The horrors I had faced took their toll, and with time I began to question the fragility of my own faith. The demons confronted were not confined to the pages of Scripture. They were real, tangible entities that tested the limits of my resolve. In the end, it was the haunting memories of this second exorcism that led me to reevaluate my path. I chose to step away from the front lines, to devote myself to research and contemplation, seeking a deeper understanding of the spiritual realm and its interplay with our moral existence. And though my days of performing exorcisms may have come to an end, the impact of that fateful event and so many others remain etched in my soul. It forever shaped my future, guiding me towards a different kind of service, one that seeks to illuminate the shadows, one that seeks to offer solace to those who find themselves entangled in its ominous grasp. It also brought me closer to my dearest friend, Bishop McHale, whom I will see again one day. Then my great-grand-uncle ends it by inserting a prayer. I've included it here, but don't expect you to read it. I did some research, and this is a prayer often used during the passing of a member of the clergy. Thanks for listening. If I come across anything else worth sharing, I certainly will. So I thought I would share the story about when my granddad killed my dad's best friend. It happened back in the late 70s when Dad was 20 and still living at home. His friend Matt and Matt's girlfriend Becky, they were all listening to music in his room when another friend wanted to take them to a party. Well, they all went and had a great time until, eventually, they were driven back. By this point, it was the middle of the night. Matt and Becky were ready to go home, but they couldn't find their car keys. Finally, they decided it would be best to drive Becky home in Granddad's van and then come back to look some more. First off, the thing about this Granddad is that he was in World War II, and he struggled with PTSD for the rest of his life. He passed away when I was only 6, so I was too young to understand his behavior. For the most part, I was just afraid of him, mainly because he would be nice one minute and yelling the next. Then again, I was only around him a few times a year. And second off, the van had one of those bench seats in the front. I honestly don't know what to call them. It was one long seat that sat 3 instead of 2 individuals. Dad was on the driver's side, window down. Becky was in the middle, and Matt was on the passenger side. Dad leaned forward to put the key in the ignition, and at the exact same second, there was a loud bang as something whizzed past the back of his head. Along with a sound he couldn't quite put words to, he also heard Becky's heart-stopping screams. Before he could understand what happened, he heard the sound of my grandmother screaming. She was crying, "It's Danny, stop! It's Danny, stop!" When Dad turned towards the sound of her voice, he saw my granddad standing outside of his window with a gun pointed directly at his head. And the look on his face said that he was having one of his flashbacks. Dad instantly understood what had caused the loud bang and what had brushed his hair as it whizzed past. Meanwhile, Becky was still screaming. He describes the second it took him to turn his head as the longest moment of his life. So many thoughts and scenarios raced through his mind that it felt like hours were passing. Then, he finally saw the extent of damage done. The bullet hadn't struck Becky as he'd thought. It went straight through Matt's temple. Dad's best friend was now slumped against the window, dead, and his girlfriend was covered in his blood. The police came, but no criminal charges were filed. Since Granddad had been in the war and had a well-documented history of PTSD, he was only required to participate in court-mandated therapy. But again, this was the 70s. They were probably still calling it shell shock for all I know. Either way, no one made my grandfather stick to those appointments. He went for a few weeks and decided that they were making him worse, so he stopped going. Things never really were right between my dad and grandfather again, but they made a sort of peace with one another before Granddad passed away. It really goes to show you, we have absolutely no idea how long any of us will be here. Tragedy can literally strike anytime, anywhere. In the 70s, my dad was attending college in Florida, and he lived near a river that he and his friends would go swimming in. They weren't really supposed to, but it was easy to get away with back then. He actually remembers that they were surprised by the fact that more locals didn't use their spot. Well, they went a handful of times without incident, but they eventually learned why no one else used it. One weekend, Dad and a couple of friends took some girls out there with an ice chest, planning to make a whole day of it and hopefully night. They were in and out of the water the whole time, and everyone was drunk by lunch. While they were eating, one of the friends, Alan, stepped on some broken glass and cut the bottom of his foot pretty badly. He went to wash it in the river, but made a joke out of dramatically jumping all the way into the water. The spot where everyone was eating sat atop a small hill. From their point of view, everything below Alan's shoulders was concealed behind tall weeds, including the water itself. One minute he was singing a silly tune, and the next he suddenly dropped out of sight and began screaming. Then, the sound of splashing grew more intense, beyond what one person could manage, and they knew he wasn't joking. Everyone rushed down to see Alan in the fight of his life with what they would later identify as a bull shark. Did you know that bull sharks are not only one of the most aggressive types of sharks, but they're also one of the few that are capable of surviving in fresh water? They're known for getting into Florida rivers, but no one ever bothered to tell Dad and his friends that that was the reason they shouldn't go swimming. Alan never saw it coming. He just suddenly felt the worst pain of his life radiating up his leg and through his entire body. It caught him so off guard that he could only envision his foot as being trapped in some kind of jagged, rotting tree stump. But then that stump suddenly pulled him underwater again, and he realized whatever had him was alive, In an act of sheer desperation, he flailed out with his free leg and felt it make contact with the shark. But he also felt a fresh, much more intense shockwave of pain shoot through his entire body as the shark's jaws snapped shut. The last bits that were hanging onto his foot were severed, and Alan was propelled backwards, a little closer to the shore. To add insult to injury, he saw his foot bob to the surface a few times before losing sight of it. Come to find out, sharks aren't huge fans of how we taste. This one was clearly just an aggressive asshole. It was about this time that the group arrived at the water's edge. The girls began screaming at the river of blood, while Dad and their other friend waded in just far enough to drag Alan back to shore. They both screamed when they saw his leg. The shark had bitten into the lower part of his shin bone, and the jagged remains protruded from his shredded flesh, along with a jumble of indescribable tendons and veins. Dad said it looked like someone ran his leg through a meat grinder. Alan ultimately lost everything below the knee. He also got addicted to morphine and dropped out of college. Thankfully, he was able to turn his life around in the end. 5 years later, he got clean, and he started working at a paper mill. Then a few years after that, he started a family. He actually passed away earlier this year, and that's what made Dad think of the story. I'm sad I never got to meet him, but I'm really happy his story had a happy ending. That being said, how the hell did I not know about river sharks?
I don't remember when this exactly happened. I just remember that I was in high school. I'm 26 now. So years ago, my best friend had just recently got back in contact with his biological dad. I didn't have a good relationship with him as he left my friend and his mom early on and became a drug addict. That's not important. What's important is that my friend started to have a relationship with him again. And my friend had invited me and a couple of our other friends to go hang out and spend the night at his dad's. There were 4 of us in total, including me. My friend's dad was a bit weird. We decided to walk to the corner store, and he asked us to basically steal a couple of traffic cones the city had out for construction nearby on our way back. So I didn't really like him, and I didn't take a lot of what he said seriously. Didn't seem like a great person still. So when he told us later that day that the second floor of his barn or work shed was haunted, I just scoffed. Figured that he was just trying to scare his son and his friends. We straight up told him BS. So he took us to his computer and showed us some pictures that he'd taken up there. He told us about this weird mist that only appears in photos. If you just shine a light through it, you won't see it. Sure enough, in the photos, there's a weird mist. I just think it looks like dust, until he reaches for a specific photo. When it pops up, the first thing I see is a skull with faded red eyes. The mist in the photo was forming this skull, clear as day. We were all freaked out by this, but naturally, being dumb teens, we want to investigate. We got flashlights, and I grabbed my camcorder to use as a voice recording device. We didn't have much else. I think I could have used my phone at the time, but I had no idea how to do that. Before we head up in the barn, my friend's dad warns us not to move anything up there because the spirit doesn't like it when stuff gets moved. So we head up the stairs. While we're up there, it's basically pitch black, since there's no windows. But if there was, it was later in the day, so it would still be pretty dark. We also all get this extremely uneasy feeling as soon as we reach the top of the stairs. First thing we test is the mist. We shine the flashlights and just see random crap and tools up there. Looks like a hoarder's house. But no mist or dust or anything of the sort. So I pull out my phone and snap a couple pictures with the flash on. And sure enough, when we look at the pictures, there's a misty fog that can be seen in the pictures. but not with just the flashlight. Nothing was forming it. It was just random shapes, but it still creeped us out. Next thing I did was hit record on the camcorder, and I started just asking random questions. You know, like the ghost hunters on TV did at the time. I don't remember exactly what I asked, but I'm pretty sure they were typical. Who are you? How did you die? As I'm asking questions, one of my friends accidentally kicked a dumbbell, and we just get super silent as we hear it roll for a few seconds. As we sat in the dark, with no one saying a word, my best friend pipes in really quick saying maybe we should leave. We all agree and start hurriedly going down the stairs. Our two friends are in front of me. I'm second to last, and my best friend is behind me. As we're going down, my best friend behind me starts shouting, "Go, go, 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 hurry," and starts like shoving us to go faster. When we got to the bottom, he told us that he felt something big and menacing behind him and was terrified to look back. While we were down there, we also went through the camcorder to see if I picked anything up. After one of my questions, you can hear someone clearly say, "Get out," in a calm, deep voice. I've never been to that house again. I really wish I could find that camcorder, because I guarantee that recording is still on it. Everything I'm about to describe took place from June 2019 through June 2020. I was 19 years old when it all started. I'd been dating my now ex-boyfriend for nearly 5 years at the time. Naturally, we felt that it was finally time to leave the comfort of our parents' homes and move out on our own together. We decided on a studio apartment in the historic district of our hometown. It was the cheapest that we could find, and somehow we got approved despite the fact that we made well below the required wage for this place. It was incredibly small, only around 500 square feet. We weren't in an apartment complex, but on the back end of a very large house that was converted into a duplex. The house itself was built sometime in the 1930s, historic district, and was rather shitty. Our front door opened up into a tiny sunroom that sat between our even tinier kitchen and our living room/bedroom. The doorways between each room didn't have actual doors attached, so we hung curtains in the doorways to separate them. We had no central air, no oven, and the floors were uneven. But it was home. Honestly, the location was why I fell in love with it. We were a 5-minute walk from all of our mom and pop shops, farmer's market, ice skating rink, in the cutest little town you've ever seen. Best of all, it was ours. Things started to get weird the very first week that we moved in. We had an upstairs neighbor in the duplex whom we'll call Kay. She was super friendly, and we made introductions right away. The first time we spoke, she immediately informed me that our house was haunted. Me being me, I was intrigued and a bit excited. I'm going to have to give you all a breakdown of everything she told me that day, because it's relevant to nearly everything I experienced while living there. She began by telling me that our section of the house in particular was the source of the paranormal activity. She had been living in this house for 3+ years before my boyfriend and I moved in. And a few months before we showed up, our section of the house had been newly renovated for the first time. We all know how that usually goes. The sunroom, as I knew it, had nice wood floors, but previously they were concrete. There was a hatch that opened up into a dirt floor crawl space underneath the house, with a staircase that was broken halfway down and didn't reach the bottom. Due to the broken staircase, anybody who decided to venture down would need to bring a ladder, otherwise they wouldn't be able to get back up. This is where it starts to get creepy. On one of the walls down there, painted in a red substance, were the words, "Good girl." and a few red handprints to match. Kay actually showed me a photo of this to back up the authenticity of what she was telling me. This immediately gave me a very uncomfortable kidnap and torture vibe. Who knows what somebody could have been up to down there, back in the early 1900s. I am solidly convinced that something horrible happened down there, and that's the origin of whatever presence occupies that house. During the renovation, the hatch was completely sealed off and covered by the new flooring. This is when, according to Kay, shit started to get weird. She started noticing cabinets in her kitchen opening and closing on their own, mysterious footsteps, seeing things moving across her room in the corner of her eye. Just big nopes all around. I quickly stopped being excited and instead became a little nervous. This was my new home after all. Things started happening almost immediately and grew worse over time. My boyfriend was a skeptic and did not take anything seriously, but I certainly did. Almost every night, between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m., I would hear light knocking on our front door in the sunroom. One knock at a time, very slow. It would continue until somebody got up to check the door. And the moment I would walk through the doorway into the sunroom, it would abruptly stop. Our trash can was also in the sunroom. Periodically throughout each day and night, I would hear the unmistakable sound of the lid opening and the trash being rustled as if something were being thrown away. Often, when I was in the kitchen, I would see movement in the sunroom from my peripheral vision. I swear, it looked like a person standing in front of the trash can. Nothing was ever there when I turned to fully look. I always felt like I was being watched. Always. 5 months into our lease, I ended things with my boyfriend. I can't explain it, but being there changed me. I began acting differently, feeling differently, thinking differently. We decided it would be best for him to move back with his parents and for me to remain in the apartment by myself. And that's when things started to get worse. Shortly after the breakup, I grew afraid of sleeping alone. Whenever possible, I would have friends stay the night with me for the benefit of some company. I would never tell my friends about what I was experiencing or why I wanted them to stay. One particular weekend, an old friend of mine from out of state that had just reconnected with me was visiting the city. I suggested that he stay with me rather than pay for a hotel room while he was in town. We go way back and weren't opposed to sharing a bed, so he quickly accepted my offer. The first night he spent in my apartment, my now boyfriend, let's call him T, who was only a friend at the time, came over as well, and the three of us stayed up, getting drunk, playing cards, and chatting. While we were having a good time in the living room, we all suddenly heard something get thrown into the trash can. I was used to hearing this every day, but now 2 of my friends had heard it as well. That was a first. We all paused for a moment, exchanged the obligatory, "Did you guys hear that?" and continued our game of cards. We all ended up passing out drunk and experienced nothing else that night. The second day, I went to work and B left to spend some time with other friends until I got home. We met back at my apartment around 7 p.m., where we spent the rest of the night playing video games and smoking weed. Everything was going smoothly until around 1 a.m. We both were laying in my bed reminiscing on old times for a while when I noticed the time. I decided to warn him about the knocking that would most likely ensue in the near future. He didn't take me very seriously, and I soon turned off the light as we were ready to sleep. Around 15 minutes later, we both jumped when we heard it. Knock, knock, knock. B let out a very loud, "Oh, fuck no." I thought his reaction was hilarious, so I decided to mess with him. I told him that according to a rumor, if a spirit knocks on your door, you should never open it. If you do, you'll let it in and it will stay with you forever. I proceeded to leap out of bed, walk to the front door, and turn the knob. He followed me to the door and was frantically begging me not to open it. I laughed and sarcastically replied, "Of course I'm not going to actually open it. That's some white people shit." We both had a good laugh, but I could tell that he was a bit freaked out. The next morning, he told me something that sent chills down my spine. A few weeks before B came to visit, I experienced sleep paralysis for the first time in my life. I fell asleep on my couch and woke up, unable to move. I saw a black shadow fly out of my closet and hover over the top of me, and it felt as if it was holding me down, attacking me. Typical sleep paralysis shit. It scared me so badly that I left my apartment, and I didn't return until the next day. B experienced the exact same thing that second night, even down to the black shadow emerging from the very same closet. I was uneasy when he told me because I'd never told him about my experience weeks prior. And it was his first sleep paralysis episode as well. I'm not claiming that either of our episodes were paranormal in nature. It was most likely an unsettling coincidence. It is relevant, though, because it scared the fuck out of me. I started genuinely attempting to get rid of the ghost or whatever it was, because my fear had reached a new level. Kay gifted me with some sage after a conversation about it, and I would burn it every day in an attempt to cleanse my home. I would often smoke weed and, as dorky as it sounds, try to make friends with the spirits in my apartment. It became somewhat of a ritual for me. Get high, walk around my place with sage, speak out loud and say things such as, "Okay, spirit, ghost, whatever you are, could you maybe just leave me alone? Or coexist without the spooky shit? Can we just be chill, please? I'm just a 20-year-old girl. My name is Jay. I'm by myself, and you really freak me out. It isn't cool. Let's just be cool. We're cucumbers, bro. I swear, I will leave as soon as my lease is up, but I'm stuck here. I'm sorry that I'm in your space. Please stop scaring me. Thanks, bud." Of course, to nobody's surprise, my goofy and informal pleas for a truce with the spirit got me nowhere. In fact, things just seemed to escalate from there. I was terrified. I literally tried to tune out all of the freaky shit by overloading my senses 24/7. Blasting my television, wearing headphones, staring at my phone, playing video games, getting stoned out of my mind. Nothing worked. I would always notice the paranormal activity no matter how hard I tried to tune it out. It was too much. One night, things took a turn. It may not sound significantly terrifying, but it is the creepiest thing that has happened to me in my life so far. T and I had just made the switch from friends to partners, and COVID-19 had just made its appearance, so we decided to quarantine together. He moved in with me and I was ecstatic. I finally would never have to sleep alone again. I could finally sleep in peace. Or so I thought. We were in bed early that night, fast asleep by 10 p.m. A few hours had passed and I woke up in the middle of the night to the feeling of movement. I noticed that my blanket was being slowly pulled off my body. At first, I assumed it was T stealing the covers or shifting in a way that was causing the blankets to move, until I glanced over at him and saw that he was dead asleep and unmoving. On top of that, I realized the blanket was being pulled from the opposite side of me, from where he was laying. Cue instant panic. I immediately grabbed the blanket and made a desperate attempt to yank it back, but was met by resistance from the other end. It was as if somebody was firmly holding it and fighting my attempts to pull it back up and over my body. At this point, I screamed and practically jumped on top of T. He woke up, still half asleep, and asked me what was wrong. I didn't want to scare him, so I told him it was nothing. He rolled over to go back to sleep, and I laid there, utterly frozen with fear, for nearly an hour before I was able to drift back to sleep somehow. I stopped trying to rid myself of the spirit, and I never experienced anything like that again. The next few months were entirely occupied by the standard, more mundane happenings. The knocking, trash can, feeling of being watched, seeing things, etc. I became accustomed to it all, and I have to admit, I was sad to leave when my lease expired. I know that there are many people out there who have seen things that would put my story to shame. Full apparitions, hearing voices, etc. All in all, the haunting that took place in my apartment could have been much worse. I look back now at my time I spent there, and I miss it. It was very much an adventure. My life changed, and I changed as a person, more during my year in that apartment than at any other point in my life. Perhaps whatever was with me in that place helped facilitate those changes. I sometimes wonder why I did certain things that I did while living under that roof, things that I never would have done in the past, things that were entirely out of character for me. I've heard that hauntings can make people act differently. In the end, I'll never know. All I know for sure is that I'll never forget that place. Two years ago, my wife and I moved in with my dad to keep an eye on him, as he's getting old and his health isn't the greatest. As it turns out, the place is haunted. At first, we thought it was haunted by the previous owner's wife, but now we're not so sure. The previous owners had lived there for the last 40 or 50 years, and before them, there was nobody on the property. They were the only ones to live in the home before us. The husband passed away about 4 years ago, and his wife passed 10 or so years ago. Before we moved in, my dad told me how things would disappear all the time. A month or so before moving in, we visited for the evening. We all sat in the living room talking and watching TV. Dad said he had a 6-pack of beer in the fridge and how I could have one. A few minutes later, I got a beer. It was in bottles, in a 6-pack. I opened the fridge, pulled a bottle out of the box without so much as touching the box, and I shut the door. I went back to my seat, and we continued doing our thing. From where I was in the living room, I could see the fridge. My dad could see the whole kitchen and was facing the fridge. A half an hour later, he said he might as well have one too, so he got up and went to the kitchen to get a beer. While he was in there, he said to me, "You could have put them back in the fridge. They're getting warm." I said, "What?" He repeated himself as he opened the fridge and put the 6-pack of beer, minus the 2 bottles, back in. I informed him that I hadn't taken it out of the fridge in the first place. Neither of us had seen or heard the fridge door open or close again, yet the beer was sitting on the counter. After we moved in, we experienced that going on all the time. After 2 years, I've lost over half a dozen DVDs. I can't begin to list everything I've gone to look for, only to have it be gone. Sometimes, I find something a while later in a completely different spot, but most of the time, we just never see it again. I had to get my Indiana driver's license, which meant I had to take their test. I took a study book home to read up on what they consider to be traffic laws. It was gone a couple of days later. Still haven't found it. The other day, my dad was home alone, and the TV remote, which he keeps on the table next to his chair, was gone. He searched for over an hour, dissecting the bathroom, kitchen, living room, and dining room. But he couldn't find it. Finally, he just turned the TV on the TV, and went to make lunch. He turned on the oven and got frozen chicken out of the freezer. He opened the bag of chicken and realized he forgot to get the baking tray out of the oven. So he opened it and the tray was in the oven, with the remote sitting on it. Another thing that happened once to me, my wife and I laid down in bed one night. Our dog jumped up in it with us, like she does, and I felt her flop down. When she did, I felt her lay against my shins, which she also does. My wife told her to move, and I felt her move away from my legs. My wife told her to move again, and I said she did. My wife said that she didn't move, and said that she'd been laying right in between us the whole time. I felt, and there she was. Nowhere near my shins. What had sat down and leaned up against me? No idea. But I had a hard time sleeping that night. My wife informed me that she feels something sitting down on our bed all the time. Other things that go on include lights going on and off by themselves, the front door locking itself, and me out 5 times. The TV turned on once by itself after I had turned it off and set the remote down, and we hear talking in here all the time. My wife and I sit in our room a lot, and usually I hear my name called from the hallway, and it sounds like my dad. In the beginning, I would respond or go out to talk, only to discover he hadn't called, or he was asleep, or wasn't there at all. Plus, we leave our door cracked open so our cat can come and go happily. From where I sit, I can see the hall, and I can easily see when he's in it. My wife has heard her name too, as if he called, but not nearly as much as I hear mine. And when we hear our names called, the other of us doesn't hear it. The other day, I clearly heard my wife yell my name, which my dad didn't hear while sitting right next to me. And she said she hadn't, while also having not heard it. And one day, my dad, while home alone, heard someone yell out to the living room from our bedroom, "Who's there?" And he didn't recognize the voice. He checked, and nobody was there. Well, we always thought it was the lady who lived here before. Now we're not so sure. All 3 of us have seen a black, cloudy mist, the size of a person, float through here. I've seen it once or twice. My wife has seen it a few times, and Dad has seen it a dozen or more. One time during the day, when it was really sunny out, and the inside of our place was all lit up, Dad saw it come out of the bathroom, move down the hall into our bedroom, and he said the bedroom went dark, as if it were night out. My wife once woke up and saw it above her, and then it disappeared, up into the ceiling. I'm not sure what it is, but that's most of the stuff that's happened inside the home. Now, I'll talk about some of the stuff that's happened outside. The property we live on is 62 acres, and it used to be a pay lake and campground. Over the years, many people have come through and enjoyed it. It was loved by everyone. The owner retired and closed the lake 10 or so years ago. My dad, who has known the owner since he was a kid, lived in a camper for a few years before moving into the trailer where we all live now. While he lived in the camper, Dad would often sit outside at a picnic table and read. Right next to him was an old metal fishing shelter, and behind him was the gravel parking lot. One night he was shocked when a man walked around the shelter and said hi to him. Dad said hi back, and the man asked some questions, mostly about the old couple who owned the place. Dad said that they were home, if he'd like to go up and talk to them, but he said no. He had to be somewhere, and he walked back around the shelter. My dad said that he never heard a car come or go, so he isn't sure where the guy came from or went to. We're in the country and there's nothing around us. If he'd come from a neighbor's house and walked, it would have been very dark, especially if he came from the way that he seemed to. It's all woods that way. My dad mentioned the man to the owners, who had incredible memories and knew everyone who ever came there to fish. They had no idea who he was. Months later, the man returned, the same way, at night. They spoke again, only this time, when the man left, the same way as last time, my dad followed. When Dad got around the shelter, he saw nobody. After the lake closed, Dad wasn't the only one renting a camper from the owner, and all three of the renters, Dad included, would regularly hear cars running right next to their campers, or a car door shutting. Yet, no cars would ever be seen. That still goes on here. Me or Dad are regularly going out at night to see if people are trespassing. Many have seen UFOs out there, and in all the areas around there. A few times I was outside at night, and I heard breathing, growling, or footsteps that all sounded like an animal, particularly a dog of some kind. But when I would check, I'd find nothing. Once I heard a cow moo, and another time I heard what I could only figure was a goose, though I'm really not sure, as I've never heard the sound before. And they both sound as if they came from the field in front of our place. Maybe a goose had been there, but it was highly unlikely a cow was. One day I was outside and heard our cat meowing in the front room inside. His litter box is in there, and when I take the dog out, the cat has separation anxiety from the dog. Cute, right? And we'll go in that room, climb up on my wife's desk, and look out the window at me. On this particular day, I heard him meowing and thought nothing of it, until I heard 4 or 5 very heavy footsteps walking rapidly into that room. Honestly, it didn't even sound like our floor making that noise. It sounded heavier, deeper. When the footsteps stopped, I heard my cat meow like I'd never heard him meow before or since. I can't even explain the sound, but honestly, it sounded like he were responding to whatever had gone in there with him. A moment later, I heard what sounded like my cat tearing out of the room, and then I heard him meowing like he normally does, but from the front door. I've had a few experiences, paranormal, seen a couple ghosts, but this story is about my first experience, the old woman in the chair. It's basically what it sounds like. My mom and my grandmother, everyone, thought I was a bit off my rocker when I told them what I'd seen. We'd been at this very old hotel on the East Coast, one whose name escapes me, and anyone else that would be around to correct me or remind me, well, they're not around. I know specifically it was in the state of Maine, back in the 80s, but that's about it. Of course, I remember the actual event, because that was rather unforgettable. The lobby of the hotel had the check-in desk directly in front as you walked in, and to the right was a giant open room. And I mean giant. It must have at some point been a banquet hall or ballroom for a large number of people. I remember asking my mom and grandmother, ever so politely, if I could run around and look inside this whole new world. They agreed. My grandmother turned to watch as my mom finished checking us in. Passing through the large open room, I felt I wasn't alone. I turned around to see if maybe my grandmother had followed me, but she hadn't. She was standing there, and she waved. I shook off the feeling, and just before I got to the other end of this very large room, I stopped and turned around again. I knew I was being watched. There was an old woman sitting in the corner. She looked like she was sitting in a chair, but there was no chair there. Only a wall with some sort of plaques and awards. I recall thinking she didn't look as real as my own grandmother, but she was real. I remember knowing that and telling myself that firmly. I started to get closer to the woman, asking her what her name was. I wanted to get close enough to see how she was doing this trick, and also to see what was on her lap. But the closer I got to her, the more apparent it was that she was almost see-through. I started to realize I was seeing a ghost, and my expression, I could feel it shifting. Only my attention was drawn back toward the front desk, the entrance of the room, my mom calling my name, and my grandmother waving me over. I looked back in the direction of the floating old woman, only she wasn't there. Both my grandmother and mother were asking me who I was talking to and what I was looking at. They walked over to the wall filled with plaques and other things. And just like that, they were more interested in the shiny things than what had initially brought them in here. There was an old woman sitting in a chair, just there, where you're standing. I said this and was pointing just in front of them. They basically dismissed me. But I repeated, she was sitting right there. They weren't really getting it, or so I thought. They just looked around and then back at one another and back to me. Oh, really? What did she look like? I started to describe the woman, telling them that she was older, like my grandmother, but had long white hair, and it was in a side braid. She had a light pink gown on, or muumuu. She was almost see-through. And she had something on her lap. They didn't say much, just smiled and grabbed my hands. And then we started walking in the direction of the old service elevator. You don't believe me? I said this as I looked up at both of them. Sure we do, honey. You just point her out next time, okay? The rest of the trip, I kept going back to that room, really hoping that I would see the woman. Each time, I was disappointed. A few times I walked through there, I did get that same feeling, like I was being watched. And only one other time was there something there. Well, not really there, but the sound. I heard a small dog bark. It echoed in the room. And I thought for sure I'd see a dog when I turned around. But there was no dog. This was another thing that apparently I'd experienced on my own. My mom telling me that she didn't hear it, but also, honey, they don't let dogs stay at this hotel. I'm sure it was something else. She was probably right about this one, I thought. I hadn't seen any dogs. I brushed that off because that's usually what you do when you're a kid and someone with more knowledge of the world tells you what's up. But on our last night, we'd gone to the hotel's restaurant, which was located on the first level, opposite end of the floor as the huge dance hall that I'd seen the old woman. There was a photo in the restaurant. It was just above a small pillar fireplace in the center of the room. The picture was of a woman and her dog, a small white Maltese. I knew this woman. At least, I'd seen her before. I bet that's the dog I heard. They're probably together. I said this very nonchalantly as I continued to follow the server to our table. When we sat down, both my mom and my grandmother had interesting looks on their faces. My grandmother went back over to the photo. She was taking in the information under the photo, which I hadn't bothered to read. Well, honey, lucky you. It appears you've met the former owner of this hotel, and her dog, too, apparently. My mom was sort of amazed for the rest of the night, and the very next morning, as we were leaving, she walked the whole grounds with me, asking if I saw anything, if I saw the old woman. I didn't, but it felt nice to be believed. Like I said, I've had other sightings in life, and some were even after childhood. But this was my first sighting and by far the most clear. What I experienced was scary as hell, but it's not a ghost story. I grew up in Shasta Lake in Shasta County, California, which has a lot more forests and green coverage than other parts of California. Behind the middle school parking lot, there was a small tree-covered path that led from the middle school to the local high school, and my house was just across the street from the high school. So I walked this every day for almost a year, and sometimes in the fall and winter, it was sort of creepy. But my friends were usually with me, and if not, there were other kids or teens around somewhere. It was when I'd walked through at night once, alone, after a hell of a night, that I got a good scare. I'd left my friend's house where a group of friends and random people had gathered to watch the latest pay-per-view of WrestleMania. I watched the fight, but spent a good amount of time outside, sometimes smoking cigarettes, like the cool 8th grader I was. That's obviously a joke. Smoking is so bad, and not even remotely cool. Anyways, I'd been outside talking with random people, when on more than one occasion, I heard something rummaging through the tree farm behind my friend's house. Something big. Now, we have bears in California, even in Shasta County, but in this particular area, Shasta Lake, it's one of the few more populated areas around. More stuff than trees, if you will. And we don't have bear problems this close to home. We just have to watch out for them in the Shasta Trinity National Forest. Black bears, specifically. I mentioned this to one of the random people, asking if they hear that. They don't. Keep asking me if I'm high. I'm not. The next person I ask, I know them a bit better. My good friend's older brother. I ask him if he hears that, but he just tells me it's a bear. I tell him what I just previously told you. Never seen no bears here. Anything's possible, he tells me. Okay. I eventually go back inside to see the fight. Stone Cold and The Rock. It was over, done deal. Stone Cold was the winner. People liked that. Other people didn't. It was late. Time for me to head home. Taking the same route I'd taken for years. Except I didn't think so. I didn't want to go into the tree farm. Not tonight. So I walked around the whole block instead, probably adding all but 3 to 4 minutes to my route. As I'm walking, I see headlights approaching from behind. It's a neighborhood street, so it doesn't seem unusual that they're going so slow. But with it being dark, I'm eager for them to pass and leave me alone. They don't pass, and my heart rate goes up, a tad. I remember trying to be hopeful. Maybe I know them. They stop their car, and I hear a man ask something. At first, I don't answer, because I'm processing what he's asked. So he asks again, "Do you live close?" But he keeps going. "You should get inside. People reported seeing a mountain lion out here." In this moment, I wasn't sure what to do. I didn't recognize the man or his weird truck. I had no idea what he meant by get inside, but I assumed the worst and told him I was fine. That I lived just over there, pointing somewhere in front of us, and I started walking faster. He just looked in the direction I pointed, asked me if I was sure, telling me, "Hey, I'm no creep, just thought you should know." But when he didn't drive off immediately, I stopped and looked at him, and I told him, matter-of-factly, that I didn't need an escort, but thank you. He gave me a look like how rude, told me, "Whatever, okay, look, just get inside." I was about to tell him to piss off, But before I could, he just rolled up the window and drove away. I was rounding the corner to walk the additional 2 extra minutes, and I started to think about what the guy said. My heart was racing again, maybe faster this time. What if he was telling the truth? I just kept up my speed walk and thought, I'm like 5 minutes from home. I'll be fine. The schools are well lit. I make my way through the middle school parking lot, and as I'm approaching the back, I get the terrible feeling I'm being watched. Like someone is around me, but I can't see them. I pick up my pace to a steady but light jog. As I'm approaching the small, tree-covered path to the high school, I'm less than 6 yards away. I hear something moving, just to my back right. I glance over and up a small incline against the wall of the middle school. I see the mountain lion. It's not coming for me, but it's absolutely watching me. I'm instantly sweating and my heart is racing faster than it has. I'm trying to remember what I'm supposed to do. I slowly turn to face the thing entirely, and I'm walking backwards. It creeps ever so slowly, a bit closer to me. I think my heart is about to stop. My feet are even sweating, making my shoes feel loose. I knew I wasn't supposed to run, but it's all I could think to do. Only, just before I did, I heard the voice of another man in the distance. He was on the ground levelest to me, and he had a dog, a big one. And he was telling me, yelling for me, not to run, but to keep backing up slowly. Then his dog started barking, viciously, in the direction of the mountain lion. The man passed me now, almost approaching the animal, holding his dog's leash in one hand while making various yelling sounds and hitting this aluminum pole he had against the concrete with his other hand. He told me to go home and to make as much noise as I could until I got there. I didn't hesitate for 1 minute. I started mimicking the sounds that I'd heard the man make, even grabbing some rocks. Once out of view, I started to run, tossing a few rocks behind me as I did. I busted in the door, got a crazy look from both of my parents who had woken up. They'd fallen asleep in the front room. They were half mad and confused, and then concerned. I told them I was fine, but also about the mountain lion, the man. My mom panicked, which I thought she might. But my dad seemed more concerned about the man and his dog, saying that we needed to call animal control, let them know. And then, a few moments later, he hopped in his truck to drive over there. After a good amount of time had passed, my dad came home and told me that the man and his dog were fine. In fact, they were basically saved by the guy who tried to help me. This man and my dad got to talking and exchanging stories. He tells my dad that he approached me on the way to the schools where people had reported seeing the mountain lion. After he saw I lived so close, he moved on to the elementary school. Then he was headed to the middle school. And that's where he found the other man and his dog, and he drove them home, came back to the school to meet some members of his team. His team being Shasta Lake Animal Control, which I guess explains his weird truck. I don't know what happened to the animal, but I know they caught it. This isn't a story about how you should actually trust strangers, because I don't recommend that. Really, it's just my one story where the people weren't actually the predators that I had to worry about. Years ago, my friend and I were stupid, bull-headed teenagers. We lived in a super small town, but my friend wanted to go to Chicago to watch a guy that she liked graduate from a Navy program. So we lied about where we were going, each of us telling our parents that we were at the other's house. It was only a 20-minute drive to Amtrak, but it was as if the universe was warning us not to go. My brake lines broke before we even left the driveway. We took her car instead, and it got a flat tire a mile down the road. Undaunted, we got a ride to Amtrak, and sure enough, our train broke down. So did the next one. It's a train bus station, so we decided to get a Greyhound. Bus had problems at first, but eventually we made it. On the ride there, the adults were kindly worried, telling us how stupid and dangerous it was to be going to Chicago alone, without anyone knowing where we were. We got to the bus station, didn't know it wasn't the same as the train station, like in our home state, and we were officially lost in Chicago. Out of the blue, a little old lady said that we looked like we needed help and offered to walk us to where we needed to go. She was soft-spoken and articulate, just like my grandmother, who died a couple years earlier. She was a school teacher, so was my grandma. I noticed a few other weird coincidences, but this next one got me. My hometown was almost the capital of the state. It was put to a vote and lost by one vote. My grandma, who loved our town, always said we won by one vote. Always. When the lady escorting us asked where we were from, and we told her, she said, oh yes, and she loved and was familiar with it, and that it was almost the capital. I said, yep, lost by one vote. And she said, no, dear, they won by one vote. Here's your stop. And when we turned around to thank her, she was just gone. Easily one of the weirdest things that's ever happened to me. My friend and I were both a bit shaken. I like to think my grandma was looking out for me. When I was younger, I was more receptive to the paranormal. I have a few tales of ghosts and other spooky experiences. It's been a while since I've actually seen something. I occasionally get knocking on doors, missing items, or the feeling I'm being watched when no one is around. My parents' home is definitely haunted. It's older than the city they live in, and at the border of an even bigger, older city. We've had many experiences there in the 15 years that they've lived there. We know the house is haunted by something. What it is, we're not sure. This experience isn't related to it. A different experience altogether. I don't know if this is considered a ghost, to be honest, because who we saw was technically still alive at the time. I think I was still in high school because I was doing homework on the dining room table. My dad and brothers were also in the room watching the TV that we have in there. We rented a room in the house to a friend of the family, a large Mexican man. He was taking a shower in the bathroom that was next to the kitchen, adjacent to the dining room. He did this every day after work at around the same time. Behind the kitchen was our den, which had the door to the backyard and my mother's garden. I remember my mom had gone out to the garden. It was getting dark, and she suddenly rushed in from the backyard and zoomed past us. She went up the stairs to their room. So fast, we didn't see her face. I remember my dad and I looked at each other, amused. He even asked, "What's her rush?" 2 minutes passed, and the bathroom door opened. It was my mom. She'd been the one in the bathroom taking a shower. Our tenant also walked into the house from work at the same moment. My dad immediately got up and went upstairs because obviously someone broke in. There was no one upstairs. He checked every room. No one left the house either because we'd had a view of the front door. Our tenant didn't see anyone go out on his way up the street. It really freaked us out. A couple of hours later, we got a call that my aunt, mother's older sister, had a stroke and was in a coma 2 hours earlier. My aunt looked a lot like my mom. Same height and body build. She waited for us, basically to travel to her city, 6 hours away, and to say goodbye, and then passed away. We do have something in the house that occasionally mimics people. However, it's never mimicked someone who didn't live there. This was different, though, because the thing always leaves you feeling uneasy after seeing it, and usually it doesn't move. But she power walked across 4 rooms and up the stairs. My mom likes to think my aunt tried to say goodbye as she left our world. I like to think that too. I don't know if anyone else has had an experience like this, or if it's even considered a ghost. I lived in a house from ages 2 to 13. It was a smaller bungalow. There were 3 small bedrooms down a long hallway that led to the living room. There was a finished basement with a concrete room, which was intended to be used for cold storage. I remember being absolutely horrified of this room. I always used to see shadows of a creature or human-like figure, which appeared to be watching me whenever the door was left open. I would refuse to go anywhere near that room and would cry hysterically if I got too close. Additionally, whenever either of my parents went into the basement, I would stand at the top of the stairs, screaming bloody murder, begging my parents not to go near the room and to return to the main floor. Upstairs, my room was directly across the small hallway from my parents'. I would refuse to enter the hallway at dark, and my mom told me that I'd often wake up screaming and crying in the night, begging her to sleep in my bed with me so the shadows wouldn't hurt me. In the living room, I remember playing or watching TV. Out of the corner of my eye, I would always see an older couple with outfits that appeared to be from the 1800s. The man wearing a top hat and a black suit that was shorter in the front and longer in the back. The woman was wearing a dress that was wide at the bottom and had a corset top. This couple would pace back and forth down the hallway, often stopping for a couple of seconds before turning around to pace the other way. However, every time I turned my head to confirm what my peripheral vision saw, they would disappear. Up until the day we moved at the age of 13, I refused to be alone in the house due to the grim feeling of being watched that I was overcome with any time I entered the house. I would wait in the backyard for 2 hours until my father got home from work, so I didn't have to be home alone. Immediately after we moved, these feelings and my history of night terrors stopped completely. Fast forward a decade later, now in my 20s, I'm having lunch with my mom and her best friend when the topic of our old house came up in conversation. I began telling my mom about how eerie I felt as a kid living there, but as an adult, I quickly brushed it off as being a child with an active imagination. However, my mom informed me that she had the same feelings and odd experiences in that house, but never told me as she didn't want to scare me. My mom began to describe an old couple that she would see walking down the hallway. I couldn't believe it. Finishing each other's sentences, we discussed the same couple, almost word for word with their description. My mom even told me that she used to have a priest come over every couple of months while I was at school to bless the house. I still consider myself a bit of a skeptic, but it's really hard to explain my mom seeing the same couple as I did, despite never discussing them with one another. My daughter is 9 now. She's growing up way too fast. She's always been an old soul. She's always had a way with people and animals. When she was a baby, she used to enjoy sitting outside in the front yard on a blanket and playing. There was a little tree in our front yard, with a robin's nest. When my daughter was outside, the robin would come down and hang out just a few feet away from her to keep her company. For my daughter, it was a completely normal thing. She would talk to it and wave, and the robin would stay for several minutes and then fly away. It was like they understood each other, and it was so amazing to watch. Her aunt lived several hours away on a ranch in the southeast corner of the state. My wife and kids went down there for a visit one weekend when my daughter was 3. The ranch had been in the family for over 100 years. They live in the same ranch house that was originally built back then, too. The matriarch of the family died several years earlier, long before my daughter was born. This woman's name was Elizabeth, which is my daughter's name, too. I didn't know that when we named my daughter. It was just a happy coincidence. During this visit, my daughter was downstairs playing. Everyone was upstairs playing cribbage. My wife heard my daughter talking and laughing, so she went down to check on her. She asked who my daughter was talking to, and she said, "The other Elizabeth." My wife brought her back upstairs, and her and my daughter talked about this other Elizabeth to everyone else. She told everyone that this Elizabeth was an old woman wearing a dress. The aunt, my sister-in-law, retrieved a photo album and asked my daughter to just look through it. She didn't tell my daughter to look for anyone. She just said that she wanted to share some old pictures with her. My daughter, Elizabeth, took to looking at the photo album. When she came across the other Elizabeth's photo, my daughter pointed her out and said, "That's her. She lives here too." After that, my daughter never saw her again. At least, she never said so anyway. When I was about 8 or 9, my parents had put me in with a piano teacher. Her name was Miss Vicky. I don't know how long I was training with her, but at one point, I was to perform a recital, which took place at a local church. This all occurred in a very small town in Texas, and it was a beautiful Mayberry-type town. Everyone was friendly and knew you, etc. On a side note, this town is no longer pretty, and the recession in 2008 hit it hard, so it now looks run down and pretty much apocalyptic, and it breaks my heart. Anyways, we're at this church, not the one that my dad's a pastor at. Yes, I'm a pastor kid. The church is packed full of people, all wanting to see their children perform. Some children sang, played instruments, or both. I was on the side of the stage, in a little room with many other kids. All of us dressed like we were in a church service. I was nervous, knew nobody, and was shy. Standing in line, I would watch the other kids perform and bow, the line getting shorter as it got closer to my turn. About 4 kids away, I began wondering what we do after we perform. Like, where do we go? I started watching to see what the other kids did. I watched several of the kids bow to the audience and walk to the other side of the stage and enter a door in the back. I know for a fact I saw at least 3 people do that. So, I knew that's where I would go afterwards. My turn comes up. With butterflies in my stomach, I walked on stage, sat in front of the piano, and performed the most basic ode to joy you ever heard. When I was done, I faced the audience and bowed with applause. I then walked to the other side of the stage, where I saw the other kids go, and I opened the door, and I saw something I did not expect. Over the years, I wonder if I stepped through to another dimension, or saw something I wasn't supposed to see, or some strange glitch in the matrix. Regardless of the reason, what I saw was not normal. This may be hard to believe, and trust me, it's hard for me to talk about. And besides this post, only my family and my husband know. Standing in this small room, no larger than an average bedroom, and no other way out, stood an elephant. Or at least I think it was an elephant. It was covered in colorful streamers. It was huge, and there was no way that it could have gotten in there or out. Without a wall, it would have had to have been broken down. That's not all I saw, though. There were 2 kids, one on the right, standing on the floor, and one to the left of the elephant, except that one was up higher, like he was standing on a ladder. I can't quite describe what the kids were wearing, but it was odd. The closest thing I can come up with is they looked like they were elves in Disney's The Santa Claus. But even that's not right. Both these kids looked at me, bewildered. They didn't seem angry or upset, but were just as shocked to see me as I was to see them. That was when I realized that none of the kids I saw go into this room were there. I closed the door and was faced with a laughing audience of my unintentional comedy. Afterwards, I told my parents what I saw, but they seemed to brush it off as a wild imagination. Back to the video. Years later, at this time I was in my mid-20s, when DVDs were a big thing. But we had all of our home videos on VHS. My mother had found the recital video, and we watched. I kept looking at the door. Even after all these years later, I knew what lied behind it, and how no one believed me. When I saw myself perform, I cringed at my hair and my clothes. Watched myself go to that door, open and almost immediately close it. Turned around and my face was showing confusion and shock. It seemed I looked into the room a lot longer than a couple of seconds, but maybe time stood still or something. I don't know. I could hear my parents laughing behind the camera. The weirdest thing about the video, though, I saw none of the kids walk into that room like I had seen at the performance. I was in shock. There would be no other reason for me to go through that door. None. To this day, it remains one of the biggest mysteries, and in writing this, maybe someone else out there can figure out what I saw, or have seen something similar. I know to say on the internet that I'm telling the truth is always taken with a grain of salt, but I swear on my marriage, I saw what I saw, and it's bothered me ever since 1992. Years ago, probably almost 20, I was babysitting my baby cousin over at my aunt's house. It was time to put him to bed, so I carried him up the stairs to put him in his crib. Just as I reached the top of the stairs, I looked up, and for literally just a moment, I saw a young girl. Light-colored hair, curly, in a blue frilly dress with pants. One moment, she was there, and the next, completely disappeared. I wasn't frightened, and apparently neither was my baby cousin. He was sitting in my arms, waving in the direction of the door, saying, "Bye-bye." So I decided that if he wasn't scared by this, I wasn't either. So we both waved. Then I put him to bed and didn't think much of it until maybe a week later. My mom had taken me out to dinner, and that's when I casually brought up what I'd seen at my aunt's house. That's when my mom served me some very unfortunate news. She goes on to tell me that the family who lived there before lost their daughter. On moving day, nonetheless, the child had been run over by a moving truck in their driveway. It was horrible to hear, but I had so many questions. Like, why did my aunt and uncle buy the house, knowing what had happened? My mom told me that they were given the option to back out of buying the house, but they went forward with the purchase anyway. Chances are someone has died in a lot of homes, sweetheart. The world keeps spinning, I guess. That was my mom's response. So I asked my mom, is this what Grandma meant when she said, "Can you believe what happened at that house?" and you shushed her? She nodded. You probably never would have babysat if I told you first. She had me there. I was glad she didn't tell me because she was right. And then I wouldn't have had the experience that I did. Totally creepy, but absolutely one of the most interesting things I've experienced in my lifetime. Even creepier, my mom told me that my aunt had heard a voice of a little girl come through on her baby monitor on more than one occasion. The little girl seemed to be very attached to my cousin. Or maybe it was the room. Maybe that room belonged to the little girl first. Over the years, I have seen and sensed the presence of spirits, but I have only spoken to one in a short conversation about 10 years ago. I live in a suburb of Los Angeles, so a small street with houses up and down the streets, tree-lined sidewalks, and a few street lamps. I remembered I needed to take out the trash to the curb for pickup. When I walked out, I looked up and down the street. No one was there. The street was dark and silent with a breeze that was usual for the area. When I was done, I was surprised to see a teenage girl walking down the sidewalk towards me. The street lights were half a block away and covered by tree branches that moved in the breeze. Because of the lighting, she was in blue tones. She was walking slowly, looking from side to side. By her look, I suspected she might have blonde or red hair. About 5'7", white blouse, gypsy skirt, and sandals. Kinda like a hippie, but I've seen girls dress this way currently, so it wasn't out of place. She seemed lost or high, but her presence at this time of night was out of place. When she got within 15 feet, I asked her if she was okay or needed help. She said no, but didn't look at me, then said, "I'm looking for my friend's house. It has an alley behind it." I told her all the houses have alleys behind them. She said, "I'll find it." She never looked at me, just at the houses. She also never stopped walking towards me. The tree branches shifted in the breeze, and the light ran across her face. At that moment, I realized she had no eyes. I could see into her eye sockets for a moment. She was 5 feet away at this point, and I was frozen in place. All I could say at this point was, "Do you want me to tell anyone anything or call them?" As she walked right past me on the sidewalk. She didn't stop or look at me, but said, "No, I'll find them." Frozen, I watched her walk about 20 feet to the tree where the street lamp was covered, and she sank into the shadow of the tree trunk on the sidewalk. I made my way home, but kept looking out my window for a few hours. I still get nervous when I walk outside around that time. A few years later, a streetlight was installed directly in front of my house, and it still gives me chills. I was probably 10 or younger when this happened. I was in my house downstairs in the living room that connected to the kitchen. I was sitting on the couch in front of the TV. It was turned off. I remember seeing my reflection in the black mirror of the TV and thinking how creepy it was. I don't remember what, but I was playing with something. lost in focus, when suddenly the sun was down. All the lights were off, so it turned almost pitch black when I started to get a little scared. There were 5 people living in my house at the time. Me, my parents, my sister, and grandmother. But the lights were always on. The house was always alive and rarely felt empty. Without telling me, my parents and sister had left the house, so it was unusually quiet and dark. Then I heard it. It was a distinct sound. High-heeled footsteps, walking slowly towards me from the kitchen, getting louder and louder. With each step, slowly inching closer and getting louder, the presence felt evil. It was getting so loud that I was absolutely horrified, frozen in terror for a few seconds until I bolted out of the living room and up the staircase. The whole way up was pitch black, and the only light was coming from the cracks of my grandmother's bedroom door. I threw open the door and jumped into bed next to her, utterly afraid of this evil, invisible woman in high heels. But she never bothered me with her high heels again. I think it was just some person in heels minding their ghostly business in my kitchen. Although later on, she might have tried to scare me by singing into the vents. But that's a story for another time. This happened when I was about 5 years old, and my half-sister would have been around 2. Our family was temporarily staying at her grandparents' place in Melbourne, Australia. My bed and my sister's bed were set up on opposite corners of the lounge room. They were against the curtains, which covered windows that went from the ceiling to the floor. I also remember tall bookshelves creating shadows that loomed over me at night. They always freaked me out for some reason. I woke up one night and I saw my mom watching over my sister, with her back to me. Instantly feeling jealous, I called out to her. No response. I called out again and still no response. I shouted out the next time, and she slowly turned around. I regretted calling out to her at all in that moment. She silently drifted towards me, almost as if it were in slow motion. Her face was completely expressionless and staring right through me. Nothing about her appearance made me think that it wasn't my mom, but I had an awful feeling. I hid under the covers and cried myself to sleep. I remember the suffocating feeling of breathing in hot air, which makes me think it wasn't a dream. I didn't hear anything other than my own breathing, no footsteps away or anything. I didn't experience anything else weird at that house, but I've always remembered that one night. I'm 25 now and have encountered strange coincidences over the years, but nothing this frightening. It seems pretty boring now that I've written it out, but I was terrified at the time. This definitely isn't the freakiest thing that's happened to me, but I've been thinking about it ever since. About 2 weeks ago, I went for a normal run on the trails that I've been going to for a few years. The whole area is pretty wooded, but you can definitely see through the woods. The trees are thin and the grass isn't too tall. I decided to take a path I normally don't go, but I have been down a few times. I was heading down the path and I started to smell dead animal. I'm not sure if that's exactly what it was, but it wasn't pleasant. I then see a disheveled-looking woman kind of stagger out of the woods carrying a bag. I don't think much of it, considering we have a pretty big homeless population, and I thought maybe she was squatting in the area or something. I started to get closer to her, and when I got next to her, I waved and smiled. And holy shit, her eyes were white. No pupils. almost had a blue tint, like frosted. She looked ancient and had on red face paint, think Viking face paint, and very short white hair, almost a buzz cut. She pointed at me and said something. I couldn't hear her, though, as I had my headphones on. Her body language was almost approving, like when someone tells you, "Hey, good job." She kind of nodded and threw her head back and smiled. While I was next to her, I realized the smell was coming from her bag. It took me a second to process what I saw, and when I turned around to look, of course, she was just gone. Like I said, the area is pretty wooded and very open. If she had took off running or something, I should have seen her in a split second, even if she sprinted. Not even a minute later, my ex texted me, saying that he was thinking about me and asked if I was okay. It could have very well been a coincidence, but the timing of it weirded me out. I didn't really get a bad feeling from it, but who knows? I just keep telling myself maybe it was just a crazy lady. When I was younger, elementary school age, I spent a spring and a summer living with my mom's aunt, so my great aunt, while my mom was in and out of the hospital. She owned a farm, my great aunt. It was a bit far from our house in Minneapolis, and though her house was much smaller than ours, she owned the several acres that surrounded it. She had a fully functioning dairy farm with plenty to do. Needless to say, I did a lot of farm work and eventually got really close with her horses and the cows. I should be clear that these paranormal experiences, they weren't terrifying, but they took some getting used to. The creepy part about her house wasn't the woods that surrounded it, or the animals or their predators. It was a doll within my great aunt's home. A doll. A truly ugly porcelain doll. It looked like it had been put through the ringer. I remember the first time I saw it. It wasn't all the times that I'd stayed there before. It was the first night I'd been there to stay for that very long season. My great aunt had this small nook off the side of the kitchen, almost like a garage, but there was no door separating it from the kitchen, just an open doorway. Before I'd come to stay, I think this area was just filled with stuff. Now, it was more organized stuff, with a cot and a shelf holding what were my great aunt's idea of toys. The first thing I saw was the doll. It sort of ruined the experience of her showing me all the other toys. I was listening as she walked through each toy. A deck of cards, a teddy bear, box of stickers. But when she got to the ugly doll, I was engrossed with everything. Its hair. It looked like dreads, but really it was just blonde curls that had been matted together. The face was complete with a crack on the left side of the cheek, and it was missing almost all of its paint. Only a few outlines remained, and one pupil, making the whole face just that much worse. I honestly couldn't tell you the color that the dress was supposed to be. All I know is that it was dirty and misshapen. My great aunt went on to explain that this was her good luck charm, that the doll was very special and I shouldn't be afraid of it. She's been in this house almost as long as me, and that's a long time, she told me. I didn't want to be rude, so I told her that it was nice and that I would be careful with it. Then I grabbed a box of stickers before leaving the room. That night, the first night staying in my nook, I was woken up to the sound of something hitting the floor. Immediately, I moved my gaze towards the shelf of toys. Ugly doll is sitting there, but I have to ask myself, was she looking over here before? Okay, so maybe you could call this a case of first night away from home jitters, but she or it had a habit of moving around. Each day I would come in from doing small chores with the horses and cows. I would notice that the doll was turned toward the window, ever so slightly. I would mention this to my aunt. She would laugh and say things like, "Well, she's just keeping an eye on things. They are anyway." I had decided to test my theory. I sat the doll up straight, and I faced her all the way to the right, away from the window. And then I met my aunt outside to exercise the horses. When we got back inside, Ugly Doll was facing the window. I started to get familiar with the doll, and after several weeks, I didn't feel bothered by it anymore. Basically, I liked the doll. The doll would keep moving, and I would take note but brush it off as, oh, she must have been keeping an eye on me as I slept. And it made me feel safe. Then I started having these dreams. Dreams where I couldn't move, I guess like sleep paralysis, but there was no large shadow beings or men in hats, and I wasn't seeing anything. I just heard things. I heard people walking around the house, talking, voices I didn't recognize. And it was like they were too far away to hear exactly what they were saying. A man and a woman. Except maybe I did recognize the lady's voice a bit. I would think that to myself when this happened. Each time I'd get to that thought, I was engulfed with a strong white light, followed by waking up, with full control of my body and the room, the lighting on the ceiling. It would look just as it had a few moments ago in my dream. Only now there was no sound. At first, I would even get up out of the cot and go to the kitchen area and the rest of the house, looking for someone or someones to be there. Every time, there was no one. Even my great aunt would usually be outside by the time I got up. This is how I finally decided that these must be dreams, since no real people ever seemed to be there. The more this happened, the more I listened. It sounded like a couple. Two people who loved each other. Lots of laughing, exchanging stories of their day. I recall one of the last times I had a dream like that. It ended with me hearing someone call from the other room. They were calling out a name. "Lydia, time for school." It was a lady's voice, and the name that she was calling out was my great aunt's name, Lydia. Then I woke up. It was as usual, the same morning lightness in the room. I remember we went to visit my mom for a few hours every other weekend. During one of our last visits, shortly before she was released, I was telling her about the doll, asking if she ever played with it when she was my age. My mom had this look on her face like, oh my God. But not angry, just disbelief, saying that she couldn't believe that my aunt still had that thing, how old it was, and so on. And then she told me, yes, she had remembered and played with the doll. While she said this, she was still sort of giving my great aunt a look. Then my great aunt said to her something like, "Don't worry, I haven't shared any of my stories with her yet. Besides, she's not afraid of it, are you?" I answered back that I wasn't afraid at all, that I loved the doll. Instantly, I was curious, though. What had she meant, her stories? But since I didn't think my mom would let my aunt tell me there, I waited until we were driving home to the farm, asking if she would please tell me some of her stories. I told her that even though the doll was ugly, I wasn't frightened of it at all. After laughing and telling me that she's not ugly, she's just old, she said only if I promised not to get scared would she tell me the story of her doll. I promised. My great-grandpa remarried my great-aunt's mom, and they raised my great-aunt in the house farm that she'd taken over. So anyways, my great-aunt's parents bought her the doll on her 5th birthday. It was her favorite doll, and she took it everywhere for years. Eventually, she wouldn't take it places, and she just left it at home on her shelf. The same shelf that it sat on today in the nook. When my great-aunt was in high school, Her mother died suddenly in a car accident. She said that when she got home from school, the doll was sitting in the middle of her bed, but her father hadn't moved it. She started keeping it close to her from that day forward, usually at her bedside, always where she slept. One night, she said that she was having a dream about her mom, but it was interrupted as she felt something hit her in the face. She woke up to find that it was the doll. It had fallen on her face somehow from her side table. What she really noticed, though, was a barn fire that looked to have just started. Panicked, she woke up her father, and together they managed to get the animals out and get the fire under control. Something had chewed through the wires near the main circuit breaker, which was a small barn next to the large barn and stables with the horses. She swears this was her mother and attributed it to the doll. Knowing had it not smacked her in the face, she probably would have kept on dreaming, leaving her and her father with a horrible discovery in the morning. From that moment forward, she knew that what she'd been feeling and experiencing was her mother's presence, and that somehow her or her spirit was connected to that doll. She started noticing the doll moving almost immediately, and like me, wasn't scared by it, though her good luck charm, because it was her mother, but also because she truly felt protected and that she always had someone to talk to, that her mother was still looking out for her even when she was gone. I had asked, what about great-grandpa? Where did he go? She smiled and said, "They are together, silly. Can't you hear them both? I hear them all the time." "Like in your dreams?" I asked. She didn't answer right away. I don't know if they're dreams. They're more like living memories. Does that make sense? For some reason, it really did. What I'd been experiencing didn't feel exactly like a dream. So somehow I guess I was tapping into those memories. Whether it was the doll, the house, or something else, it was something. The house, the doll, they were special. My uncle on my dad's side owns the property now, and every time I travel back home, I go to visit. And I always make sure the doll is properly displayed. He doesn't move anything around in that room. As he puts it, things start getting funny around there when he does. The last time I went out there was about a year ago, before the pandemic, and he asked if I wanted to just take the darn thing home, which naturally I declined. I just knew it wasn't right to move all of them away from that house. The doll had always belonged there, and so we'll keep it that way. So this was a 4-day stay in a cabin in the woods in Wisconsin, on blue-green property. I cannot for the life of me remember the exact cabin, but I think it was 413. No promises. Right away, when I was alone, this was a trip with my mother, it felt like I wasn't on my own. I'm normally pretty hard to shake, but I couldn't bear being alone, as I felt like I was being watched by something. Both my mother and I checked the cabin thoroughly, but we never found anything. The first night, I heard what sounded like footsteps on what would be the room above me. But the cabin only had one floor, with a slanted roof. So it doesn't make sense to have been someone. It sounded like a small child running across the length of the slanted roof, and both me and my mother heard it. For our peace of mind, we went to the neighboring cabin. The cabins were divided into 2 suites, one on the right and one on the left, but we quickly discovered it was vacant, so we went back to our own. The next morning, I awoke to find my clothes, including the ones I fell asleep in. I get cold really easily, so I tend to have pajamas on and a hoodie on as well. I had on pajama pants that were much bigger than me. They were hand-me-downs and tied really well around with a string. So I find it a bit hard to believe that I would have untied them while I was asleep. but all the clothes were thrown about the room, and it took me a solid 5 minutes to find the shirt that I had on, which was tangled up in the sheets. Maybe I just got hot and took it off while I was half asleep, but I'm from a fairly warm place, and never have I done that before. So part of me doubts that I took off my own clothes. Even if I did, it wouldn't have explained how the clothes that were in my suitcase in the far corner of the room were scattered about. I'm typically a bit of a neat freak, and never would I have been able to sleep if I knew my clothes were thrown everywhere. Later that day, I was alone once more, as my mother had run out to get some food from a nearby restaurant. I heard breathing from the next room over, which would have been my mother's bathroom. I brushed it off as nothing, but then remembered that I was alone in the cabin. So I called my mom and I told her to get back here quickly, and then I listened. It sounded far too rhythmic to have been the air conditioner, and I could have sworn I could hear a clear exhale and inhale. The cabin layout was simple-ish, so I'll try to describe it to the best of my ability. There was a living room when you first walk in, and a closet with a washer and a dryer that we never used, and a kitchen. Then down the hall, perpendicular to the kitchen, was the bedrooms and bathrooms. One was outside of the respective bedroom and larger than the other bathroom, and the bedroom at the end of the small hall had a bathroom hanging off of it. Go back to the living room. There's also a balcony, which was protected from the wind by the other suite, which was vacant, and our own suite. And there was a bathroom through a thick wall from the balcony. Hopefully that made sense. It'll be important later. Once my mom was back, I remember getting up from the table in the living room and heading to my bathroom. But I swore I saw something in my bedroom, so I backed up and checked. Nothing was there. I thought I saw a lady dressed in all white. Cliché, I know, and had vanished. So I decided that I was just going batshit and went to the bathroom. Nothing happened to me the rest of the day, so I'll skip to the third day. This was the day the running on the roof got extremely prominent, as though a child was running back and forth. Once again, that would have made no sense, as the suite next to ours was vacant. At some point, we'd even called the front desk, asking them to call the suite next to ours and ask them to quiet down some, and they themselves said, "There's nobody in that cabin." At around 2 p.m., I looked up from my laptop. I was sitting in the corner like the child I am as opposed to the couch, and I swore I saw a woman who didn't fit my mother's body type staring at me through the window's reflection. As in, she was inside the cabin, watching me using the reflection. And I even got a picture of it, and I'll eventually post that. For reference, my mother is rather large. The woman I saw was clear, not the outline of the curtain, and she was thinner, still overweight but not by much. And she was in the long white gown of who I thought I saw in my room. They looked to have a romantic tuck and a messed up face, and they were much taller than me. For reference, I am 4'10", am a guy, and didn't even have a dress packed. Neither did my mother. Plus, I was sitting down and out of the reflection, so I knew it couldn't have been me. And the dress went out some. The curtains didn't. So I don't know what could have caused that reflection. Half of why I'm here. I want to know a decent answer for the woman in the reflection, as it didn't look entirely like a woman or human, for that matter. It seemed more humanoid and in a dress than a woman in a dress. Final night there, I was exhausted, as I didn't really sleep well the night prior, and I went to bed at about 8:30, but I got up before I ever fell asleep and went to the living room as I felt something hit my foot. It felt long and hard, almost like a round pole. I told my mother this, and she told me that the first night, she felt like something tried to push the top of her head down and out of the bed. We talked about it for a while, and eventually, I laid back down, and nothing happened the rest of the trip. So, to recap, running across the roof on nights 1 through 3, night 1, my mom apparently felt something try to push her out of bed. Day 2, I woke up to find every article of clothing, including what I'd had on, was thrown about the room. More roof running, seeing something in my bedroom, and weird breathing from an empty room, and loud breathing. I heard it through a wall. Day 3, weird reflection of a woman that looked like her face was damaged in the window. Night 4, felt like my foot was hit by a pole. I also want to include that nothing in the cabin felt evil per se, more mischievous and almost felt motherly at times. Granted, misguided, but I am pagan, so maybe my mind is a bit off on detecting this. And according to my mother, nothing felt evil, just off and ultimately creepy. The trip, again, was only me and my mother. I really need your all's opinion on this. I believe in some occult things, but cannot provide a solid yes or no as to if I believe in ghosts. I'm looking for any answer, be it paranormal or not. This happened to me originally when I was in the 3rd grade, back in 1999. I'd been playing in my backyard when a neighbor asked me if I could come to the park to play foursquare with some other kids. My dad was right there in the backyard with me, and he gave me the okay. So I ran inside to head out the front door. I was so excited and such a 3rd grader that it took me a minute to realize I didn't have any shoes on. Since part of the walk was through gravel, painful gravel, I decided to run back and grab them. I turned back, and once I got to the front door, I realized it was locked. I could hear the lawnmower going in the back, but I was too short to open the side fence to the back. So instead, I started to hit the doorbell and knock slightly obnoxiously, knowing that there were other people home. After a couple of rings and knocks, I turned around to see how far my friends had gotten, but was immediately distracted by someone that looked out of place. Directly across the street, someone in a long gray coat, black pants, and white shoes. Their face wasn't entirely visible due to them having a hood on, and they had their head tilted down a bit. For a moment, I thought, maybe that's my dad. Same height, maybe he even had a coat like that. Something seemed so familiar about this person, but it couldn't be my dad. I'd just seen him. And besides, he was mowing the lawn. I raised my arm to wave at the person, even though I had a feeling they wouldn't respond. And they didn't. They just stood there, looking down but forward, and most of their face still obscured by the shadow of their hood. Then, for another one of those split seconds, I thought I might walk over to this person, talk to them. Only just as quickly I realized or felt that that was off limits somehow. Suddenly I heard my front door open. It sort of snapped me out of the daze, and I turned around real fast. "Did you forget something?" my mom asked. There again, I needed a moment. Then I quickly turned back around to point out the man to my mom. I'm asking who he is, only to realize that he's not standing there anymore. My mom asks me what I've said, but I don't repeat it. I just walk inside and grab my shoes. I went to play foursquare, and I told my friends about the strange man, and that was it. Until about 10 years later. Christmas at my parents' house. Time to open presents. I received the staple items, socks, underwear, shaving stuff. And my bigger gift is this very nice gray pea coat. Super warm. Exactly what I was looking for since I now lived in Seattle, a much colder place than California. Eventually, my cousins say that we need to go outside and take our annual family photo in front of the tree in my parents' front yard. It's a giant evergreen, and they decorate it every Christmas. I take this opportunity to head out early and smoke a quick cig, grabbing my coat and putting it on the way out. I shuffle across the street, and before I start smoking, I grab my phone to see if my girlfriend called me back. She hadn't, but I started getting lost on my phone for a minute. Then I had the craziest sense of deja vu. And then I see a flash. I look up and it's my cousin, taking a picture of me from across the street, telling me to put out the cancer stick and get ready for the picture. I toss the smoke and shuffle back over to my parents' side of the road. As I'm approaching, my cousin asks if I can help set up the tripod. I agree, and then she says, "Oh yeah, try not to look like a creeper in this one, okay?" Then she sort of laughs and waits for me to react. At the same time, she's showing me a picture that she just took of me. Instantly, I was transported back to 1999, at least in my mind. I have no explanation for what I saw. I just know what I saw. The picture was me, but it was also the man that I'd seen across the street over 10 years ago. It was someone in a long gray coat, black pants, and white shoes, their face slightly obscured by their hood, facing forward and looking down. Still gives me chills. I can't figure out if it's a form of time travel, glitch in the Matrix, or truly the most insane coincidence of all time. My first post was about seeing a face in the window. This story picks up in a different duplex, but in the same tiny town that I saw the face in the window. Literally, just a couple doors down, on the same block. The two duplexes were side by side. I saw the face when I lived in the left unit, and then I moved to the right-hand side, which was the easiest move I'd ever done. So, I moved into this new duplex as my sister was moving for work, and I couldn't afford the rent on my own. Two of my coworkers lived there, and their rooms were upstairs, and my room was downstairs in the partially unfinished basement. At first, everything was normal, and I got settled in. My room was big enough that I had my bed in the corner and enough room for a 2-seater couch, my TV, and an Xbox. And my one roommate had his gaming PC set up in the open, unfurnished portion of the basement. I began getting an uneasy feeling at night in my room, though. I would often feel like I was being watched and would think that I could hear the odd noise or a bang through the headset while I was playing games or watching a movie. There was never anything there, though, when I looked. And I did have roommates in bedrooms above me, so it was easily explainable. One night that all changed, though. As I headed to bed, I'd been feeling like I was being watched all evening. As I switched off the light and crawled into bed, all was normal. After a few minutes in bed, I felt really anxious. I could feel someone in my room. You could just sense them. A quick glance in the dark didn't show me anything, so I grabbed my phone for light. Nothing there. My mind is playing tricks on me, I'm sure. So I turn off my phone light, and I try to get comfortable again. As my eyes adjust to the dark, suddenly, the shape of a tall man with a hat is barely visible in the corner of my room. A slightly deeper shadow than the other shadows around my room. I grab my phone light again, but once again, nothing is there in the light. I hid the light under the blankets, and the shadow figure returned in the dark. just seemingly appearing from the shadow in the corner next to my door. My light switch was actually outside my room, a weird quirk, but it was an unfinished basement, and my room wasn't actually intended to be a bedroom. So I didn't know what to do, but being too freaked out to sleep, at that point, I decided to use my phone light to get me to my TV for more light, and then turn my bedroom light on, one step at a time. I ended up watching a show to calm me down, and eventually fell asleep on my couch with the TV and lights on. I began seeing the shadow man fairly often after that, even in the semi-dark with my TV on. He never stepped out of that corner, just always seemed to be standing there, watching me. And so I got used to his presence. His presence was unnerving at first, but I realized he didn't give off any threatening vibes, like the face I'd seen watching me through the window a few months before moving. He was just there. In my research I did after the activity escalated, it sounds like most experiences with these shadow figures are like that. They are watchers, somehow a neutral entity. I remember in the 3rd grade, I'd been at a friend's house for a sleepover. There were about 4 or 5 girls there, and since my friend shared a room with her little brother, we'd made our beds and pillow forts in the basement. My friend told us that she never slept in the basement before, that she was so excited that her parents were letting us do it. We had so much space to ourselves, and the basement wasn't a traditionally creepy one. It was furnished. So, no bad feelings going into this shindig. It was later that things got honestly terrifying. We'd fallen asleep to some movie that one of the girls had put on. All I can remember about it is that most of us didn't want to watch it. In the night, I was woken up by someone ripping off my sleeping bag. I sat up in a bit of a daze, but also a little bit cranky that somebody had done that. I looked around and I saw nobody else awake, but I knew somebody had to be, so I sort of crawled around looking at all of the girls to see if one of them would smile. But they were out cold, a few even snoring. I moved to lay back down, grabbing my sleeping bag, deciding that I must have just kicked the covers off. But then I heard something fall and hit the lightly carpeted floor. I opened my eyes, laid there a minute, sat up quickly, and looked around the floor. But I saw nothing. Then I see a small shadow as it darts across the bottom of the staircase and into a wall. So I turn and I try to see what could have made that shadow, where it could have gone. I turn every which way I can think of. I even stand up in my sleeping bag, doing full circles. And nothing. Everyone was still just asleep. I slowly started to sit back down, and for the rest of the night, I barely slept. I truly don't know what the hell it was, but I know the shadow itself resembled something upright. Small, like my height, but upright. And after seeing that, I wasn't so sure that I had just kicked my covers off, either. I didn't spend too many more nights at that friend's house. I actually didn't do many sleepovers in general, unless they were at my house. My house didn't have anything like that going on. Yeah, I always thought it was way cooler not having small shadows run around while I slept. If you've ever heard of the smiley face killings, then you're partially acquainted with my hometown, and likely other small towns as well. And if you're someone who believes it's a myth, well then, you have some research to do. The murders themselves, those aren't myths. You can find those with a simple Google search. It's the smiley face part, the part where they're all connected somehow. That's the part that's been given the myth title. A dangerous title, if you ask me. The authorities, despite a few detectives here and there, have been hesitant to connect these killings, mainly because they span several states and can usually be ruled out as an accidental drowning. But I guess until you have some personal stake in the whole thing, not connecting these killings can be easier than trying to capture the persons responsible. Insert my cousin's case, 2005. He was just 22 years old when he went missing at a bonfire party just near his house in Casanova, Michigan. I was 21 at the time and probably would have been at the same bonfire if I wasn't still making my way home from Minnesota. It was the afternoon of June 12th when I got a call from my mom telling me not to panic, but that I should get home as soon as possible, that the whole family was looking for my cousin. I spent the next 3 hours of my drive doing the opposite of what my mom told me. I panicked. My cousin wasn't the type to make people worry. He wasn't the type to wander off either. He simply was not the guy that stayed quiet for any amount of time. The fact that his mother, my aunt, and my mom were so worried wasn't a great sign. My cousin lived at home with his mom, and with that came some pretty straightforward rules. The most important being that you're always home before the sun comes up. The strangest thing I learned once I arrived was that the bonfire had actually only been a mile down from my cousin's house, meaning he was just steps away from his own home when he went missing. All of his friends and all of the people at the bonfire fully cooperated with the police and our family. They seemed genuinely concerned, and they seemed to be as perplexed as the rest of us as to where my cousin could be. The moment I got out of my car and into the arms of my family, I could feel the despair in their hugs, and I could hear it in their words. But if I'm being honest with myself, I just didn't believe my cousin was dead. At this point, he was just missing. But before we knew it, almost 3 weeks had gone by. The first and only lead had come from my cousin's friends. One of them had answered his call early in the morning that he'd gone missing. They said they asked my cousin where he was, and he said, "I'm in a field." But that was it. The call dropped before she could get more. And when she tried to call him back, my cousin didn't answer. It was assumed by the police that his phone probably died. So for that whole 3-week period that followed, we were deep in search parties, rescue missions, the message boards, and we were searching every field in existence, all with no luck. Still, I didn't feel like my cousin was dead at this point. Call it intuition, wishful thinking, what have you. But I can almost pinpoint the moment I believe he did pass. I think it was the day before his body was found. I was standing on the beach where my cousin's bonfire had been just weeks before. I'd felt compelled to walk out there. It felt like somehow it was the closest I could get to him and his last moves before he'd gone missing. But as I stood there, waiting for some answer to smack me in the face, I was instead met with the largest pit in my stomach that I'd ever felt. I'd experienced this pit again 3 years later when one of my best friends would pass, but my cousin was the first. Suddenly I was bawling. I mean full hysterics, and I dropped to my knees. It truly didn't feel like I was in control of my body. I found myself practically rolling around on the beach trying to console myself. Eventually, I started to feel the heaviness lift, and it truly felt like someone had placed a warm blanket over me. It was my cousin. I didn't see him or anything, but I felt him, like he was right there with me, comforting me. I remember saying out loud, "You can't be dead." You just can't be dead. But instead of getting a response, the warmth just continued. Finally, I sat up and talked to him for a while. I just told him how sad everyone was going to be, how loved he was. I told him that our family would always take care of his mom. And then I just sat out there, watching the sunset, eventually going inside and keeping my experience to myself. It wasn't like I was unsure of what I experienced, more like I didn't want to upset the family anymore. I knew that there could be a time to tell them of my experience, but that it wasn't now. And so for almost 2 days following that experience, I kept on searching. I kept on with the hope and the belief that we were going to find him. I wish I was wrong, or rather I wish that we could have found him alive. They always say that families deserve closure, but I think a lot of people know by now that closure isn't tangible. It's not a reality for people who experience this type of loss. You never get to fill that hole ever again. It was made for someone who just simply cannot occupy it regularly. And that's what you're reminded of, with or without closure. It was 22 days after he initially went missing before they found my cousin's body. And where? In a lake that we had searched several times before. Even more, he was sitting up in the water, head and shoulders not even submerged, and his body, it had not gone through the expected stages of decomposition, not for someone who may have passed away 22 days ago. According to the coroner, he'd likely only been dead for a few days. Cause of death? Undetermined drowning. This is where that whole closure thing comes into play. Our family knows this wasn't a drowning. My cousin was a great swimmer, and he'd spent his summers in high school as a lifeguard at the community center. And yes, lakes are different, and as are oceans and rivers, but none of them have the ability to remove my cousin from one location and put him into one of those bodies of water. But would a different cause of death change our lives significantly? No. We were never getting him back. So what about the smiley face killers or killings? How does it apply here? Well, in my cousin's case, the last place anyone saw him was going to the restrooms near the bonfire area. It's walking distance, but not right next to, a little less than a quarter mile. Then, the various phone calls from his phone that morning, that put him in a totally different area to where his phone pings on multiple towers. Then, weeks later, he's found in the same location that we've searched so many times. But this time, the location has decor. There was a smiley face painted on a large tree closest to my cousin's body. Though the new decor didn't seem significant at the time, it seemed odd, and my family notated the oddness. But what did it mean? Over the years, I've done a lot of research, and though the police are not willing to reopen my cousin's investigation, I'm a firm believer that my cousin was taken against his own will. Maybe it was because he was slightly inebriated, and it wouldn't have been the hardest to catch him off guard or sneak up on him. I think he was then held against his will, and eventually murdered. I believe that his case is linked to the smiley face killings. However, through my research, I have also come to believe that this isn't the work of one person or group, that it could be many persons. What I do know, they're real. The murders, the smiley faces, and the fact that they are all essentially unsolved. Meaning, whoever committed these crimes, well, they're likely still out there. I kept my assumptions under wraps for a long time, as to not hurt my family further. But that all changed in 2015. On the 10-year anniversary of my cousin's death, I was taking my girls to visit his gravestone. I noticed something from afar. It looked like a picture or something was placed on the gravestone. As we got closer, it was my youngest daughter who spoke first, saying, "Mommy, look, a smiley face." Sure enough, someone had placed a smiley face sticker over the O in his name. Call it coincidence, but for me, that sticker meant war. For the last 5 to 6 years, I've deep dived into these cases, the smiley face killings. I have spent hours that equate to days, that equate to years of my life, trying to figure out more about my cousin's case, and all of these cases. Someday soon, I hope to release some pretty compelling connections in these cases. But for now, I wanted to share my personal experience. Who knows? Maybe someone out there has information, and maybe your show helps me get it. And if someone out there that's listening had something to do with any of these murders, know this: I am coming for you. When I was younger, I was terribly afraid of myself. Not exactly how it sounds, but bear with me. This was the early 2000s, and I was having a truly great time in the 3rd grade. I do remember that. I loved my class, my teacher, my new tire swing. But then 3rd grade morphed into a not-so-great time. Mainly for my mom. She got laid off from her job at Ford Motors, which meant that we had to move from our house to a duplex on the other side of town. I have a vivid memory of my mom chopping carrots in the kitchen, telling me that I couldn't complain, that I ought to be grateful we were going to get to have a roof over our heads at all at a time like this. "I better be grateful," she'd said, again, as she turned around to look at me. I was grateful, that is. I never did complain, so I think she was the one feeling insecure about it. I do recall the last time I stood outside the old house. I was pretty sad, looking at the tire swing. My mom telling me the day before that I had to leave it, that there was nowhere to put it across town. But I told her I was excited, and I just kept up a good kid attitude about it, best I could. The owner of the building lived on the other side of the duplex from us. She was the mother of a former coworker of my mom's. A small, elderly woman with 4 very small dogs. I liked those dogs because they weren't yippy like most small dogs. They all seemed just about as old and as quiet as the woman herself. I only ever saw her early in the morning when I would get the school bus. She would sit out front with all her dogs, smoking a million cigarettes. Just enjoying the quiet, I suppose. Over time, she did come outside a bit more. I think she liked me, and so did her dogs. Sometimes I would just sit out there with her, in quiet, pet the dogs, do some homework. And then it was like right when I decided that 3rd grade still had a chance of rocking. That's when things got scary. The first time it happened, I told myself that it was a dream, just to get through the night and the following day. I'd woken up to use the bathroom one night, and when I went to turn around to dry my hands, I swear I saw my reflection disappear, like it darted away. But to where? Quickly turning around, I saw my reflection, almost what I wanted, except my face was blank. No features. I mean, no eyes, no mouth, nothing. I rapidly rubbed my eyes, and I opened the bathroom door. Now I found myself looking back into the mirror with half of my body out of the bathroom. Everything was normal looking, but it definitely didn't feel normal. I was so scared I didn't even bother turning off the light to the bathroom. That's when I told myself it was a dream, or a dream-like state. I just needed to go back to bed and wake up in the daytime. Everything would be normal in the morning. One of the first things I heard in the morning was my mom telling me it was time for school. Perfect. That was normal. As I ate my cereal, she came into the kitchen telling me to remember to turn off the bathroom light when I'm finished. She was saying that it must have been on all night since she had to turn it off this morning. She was going on and on about how it wastes energy and we need to be conserving it. But I just kept thinking about the light. Just realizing that that part wasn't a dream. But the rest probably was. My kid brain let me forget about the event long enough to get comfortable again. Until one day I was in the living room, standing, watching TV. The sun was coming through the side window, creating a shadow of me in the living room. I was wiggling around as kids do, and then I would stand still for a moment, enthralled by my TV show, repeating this series of motions for a while when I noticed something strange. As I stood still, my shadow moved. I tried to catch it moving, but whenever I would turn to look, it would just be my shadow. I got bored of trying to catch it, and I kept to my show. And suddenly, I felt a small gust of wind behind my ear, like somebody had blown on it. Jolting around, I saw nothing. But more so, I saw that my shadow wasn't moving at all. I turned every which way, but it just stood still. My gaze started to move in a panic, first to the window and then to my shadow and then all over the place. I then became fixated on my shadow. I started to move my arms around like a bird to see if the shadow mimicked that motion, but it didn't. I remember running directly up the stairs to try and tell my mom, but she was in the shower, hollering for me to wait for her to get out because she can't hear anything I'm saying. So I just sat there in her room, on her bed, buried under her covers, trying to wrap my brain around what it was I just saw. By the time I explained it to my mom, it all felt like some sort of dream, and she wasn't convinced either. But this kept happening. My shadow would continuously taunt me. Usually just quick enough to make me doubt myself, but plenty of times it was undeniable. There was one night I was grabbing a towel from the closet and heading into the bathroom for a shower. My room was closest to the stairs, situated between a closet and the bathroom. As I passed my room, I noticed that I'd seen something. So I stepped back. Looking inside my room, I could see what looked like my shadow. It was my shape. It was where my shadow should be, but it was moving and I wasn't. It was doing different things than I was. As I continued to look on, my fear only grew as it became obvious that the movements were all wrong. The legs slowly started bending in a way that formed a human W. It was truly disturbing to watch, but I couldn't look away. Then, the shadow started to move towards me. The closer it got, the blurrier my vision, until I realized I wasn't having vision problems. I was seeing something terrifying. I was seeing exactly what I'd seen before in my reflection. It was me, but no features. And it was no longer in a mirror. Instead, almost within an arm's reach. But everything in me said to move, now. And so I did, not allowing myself to interact any further with this thing. I slammed the bathroom door shut and immediately regretted my choice of rooms. But at this point, I was running out of options. It was like no room was safe in this place. I turned the shower on and I just sat there for a while, not looking in the mirror and waiting for it to fog up before I got into the shower. It wasn't a long shower, and I told my mom I was sleeping in her room, and that was that. She entertained me for a few nights, and for whatever reason, I had no issues in that room. We lived in this place for almost a year, so like 9 months, The entire third grade, I know that much. Naturally, I had to stop sleeping in my mom's room, per her orders, and I found myself bouncing between my room and the living room. Having more luck in the living room, but being more comfortable in my bed. I'll never forget one morning after a hard night. The old lady was out with her dogs, per usual. We exchanged the normal wave and kept on to the bus. This is normally where our interaction ends, but this morning was different. She called out to me, "Keep it up." I asked her what she meant. I think what I actually said was, "Huh?" And then she told me that I know how to be strong and to keep standing my ground. Then she gave me an affirming look. Before I could respond to any of that, she told me that it would all be okay and just keep doing what you're doing. On a normal day, I may have written these comments off, but it was just the night before that I'd chosen to sleep in my room despite being terrified. I felt someone was in the room with me, and the shadows in my room were off. I could tell that one corner was darker than it normally was. Where some light should be, it was absent. I knew the presence and the shadow were the same thing. I could just feel, and even more so, I could hear something. Almost like a dog panting in the corner. It was an obvious sound, but it was also dark. I don't know what it was about that night, but instead of crippling myself with fear, I'd sat up and said very abruptly, "Leave me alone. This is my room, and I don't feel like sharing it tonight. Leave me alone." I didn't yell, but it was the most stern I'd ever been at that age. And afterwards, I slept like a baby. In fact, I don't actually recall any other events until the day we were moving, when I saw what looked like a full-blown shadow standing in the front window. So that day, after the woman said that to me, I just looked at her confused, and then, as I recapped my night in my head, I put it together and I smiled at her, just before turning to walk onto the bus. In a cooler world, I had more conversations with that lady and got more information. It seems crazy now, but I never explored the idea of asking her some of my questions. Like, what was I defending myself from exactly? Or how did she know when I was experiencing something? We moved later that year, and so I wouldn't end up making my way back over there for any reason. But yeah, as an adult, I think it's too bad that I never went down that route. I should have unloaded so many questions because something tells me that she had some answers. What about you? Do you have any answers? I didn't really believe in ghosts until I started working in an old building. It was built in the early 1900s and designed to be an assisted living facility. Of course, people died there back then, and then the business shut down. The property was bought, and years later, another assisted living facility occupied the building, this time for the developmentally disabled. Some of the patients had their own studio apartments, and others lived in a more closely monitored hall upstairs. Keep in mind that I didn't know a lot of these haunting details until after the first few incidents, and I started asking questions. A colleague of mine, a nurse, had worked at the second business and knew the patients. She would eventually fill me in on who she thought this spirit and the others were. After the second business closed, the building was redone, and my workplace came to occupy the building. I won't say much about the business except that it was a medical setting that involves a lot of physical and emotional pain. So the living people's energy in this place was nuts, regardless of any spirit activity. Most of my time was spent in the basement. When walking down the stairs to the basement, there's a little nook with a door that leads to the back side of the building. There's also an apartment that somebody had lived in previously and was now empty and locked. My bosses don't even have the key to it. The owner has the only copy. But for whatever reason, that little nook seemed occupied to me. I could clearly see that nobody was there, but there was an energy. Someone was standing there, and the only way I could describe the feeling was pure dread. I was so afraid, and I didn't know why. I eventually came to understand I was feeling the spirit's emotions. They were scared and sharing that experience with me. I would hear footsteps behind me, up and down the stairs, but never felt threatened. One day I was in the laundry room, and the door leading out to the nook was cracked. This door never moves on its own, but that day it was pushing against the door jamb like it was trying to close. I usually kept the door shut due to the feeling in the hallway, and it seemed to help. I made the mistake of engaging with it. Up until this point, I knew that spirits existed, but I'd never had one touch me. I said, "Oh, are you trying to close the door for me? Thank you." And I just got drained. My breath got heavy. My mouth was dry. He took my energy, and I was baffled. I had never felt anything like it. Then he used my energy to let me know he really was there. When I walked up the stairs, the footsteps were unmistakable this time. This wasn't a creak. They were stomps. He followed me upstairs, down the hall, and into the linen closet. The linen closet door is one that's made to swing shut automatically. When I went in, it stayed open. I was putting away laundry and hadn't noticed. The nurse I previously mentioned came from down the hall because she felt the energy shift. She stood in the doorway looking at me, so puzzled. "You just hanging out in the closet?" she asked. "Yeah, my friend's holding the door for me." "I can see that." It was one of the weirdest moments I've ever had with a coworker at this job. We were both at a loss for words. Since that day, the door will not shut on its own. The nurse later on told me about a man who lived downstairs, who was disabled and often tried to run away. He was scared most of his life. She previously worked at the retirement home and knew him when he was alive. That incident seemed to trigger something, because the back door that's usually locked will randomly open when there's nobody in the basement but me. Once when I closed the door, it felt like someone was pulling from the other side. And when I finished closing the door, I felt burning on my arm. I took my jacket off and there were 4 scratch marks down my arm, through my jacket. I guess he didn't like me touching the door. Finally, one day I took a video of the door for my best friend and was telling her the story of the spirit. I pointed the camera to the apartment that was his apartment that's always locked, the only key 6 hours away. I turned the knob and it was unlocked. I stuck my phone in there for a moment and got such a horrible feeling in my stomach that I had to close it back up. I still have the video if anyone's interested. My coworkers and I have come up with no plausible solutions besides the obvious. Since that experience, I've quit for other reasons, but I wanted to stay and maybe help him. I don't want him to be trapped or scared. He should be able to move on if he's in pain. If my memory is still working, I was 10 years old, and I had a strong fever that corrupted my body, and I became very ill. When I get sick, I don't like sleeping on my bed, I usually sleep on the floor. I get all my sheets and my pillows and relax there. One day, my parents came in to check on me to see if I was doing good or not. Suddenly, a tall man wearing pure dark clothing, covering his entire body, was walking slowly in the hallway. My bedroom door was open. I couldn't see his hands, feet, or face, but he looked old by the way of his back and his walk. To me, back then, he was very scary. He didn't make a single noise, nor was I able to hear his footsteps. Our house was quiet, and it was clear to see everything. He almost looked like he was floating above the ground, but walking at the same time. I was totally shocked. He walked all the way to my parents' room at the end of the hallway. The moment he was in front of my parents' door, I told my parents, who were next to me because they were looking down at me, I told them to turn around and look at the strange man entering their room. As they turned their heads, they saw absolutely nothing. My dad told me, "Relax. It's just the fever. Makes you hallucinate and see things that aren't real." I was like, "Okay, yeah, you're right, Daddy. I'm just seeing things." As time passed, I almost forgot about that weird incident and didn't really care about it at all. But there was still a part of me that believes in that shit that I saw when I was young. When I turned 17, my brother and I had a bit of a chit-chat. He was 12. He told me, "Yo, you want to hear about some creepy dream that I had the other night?" I was like, "Sure, tell me everything." He told me that when he was dreaming the other night, an odd woman was talking to him. And suddenly she told him, like 6 times, not to turn around in real life. But, my brother is stubborn as fuck and does not listen to anybody and decides to turn around. Because we slept in the same room, he was facing the opposite end of where I was sleeping. When he turned, he saw the exact same man, pure black dark clothing, covering his whole body, standing on my chest. Yes, standing, like, what the actual fuck? As soon as he saw him, he turned his head away and closed his eyes, and then the strange man disappeared. When he told me this, my heart dropped. I had a bad feeling about this sick-ass ghost. Like, what was he planning to do? I told my brother that ghost that he saw. I saw it 7 years ago. He was totally shocked. Usually ghosts tend to do fucked up things like breaking dishes or making loud noises. But this ghost didn't do a single weird-ass activity. From that day, I never saw him again. I am 19 years old now, and if he were to come again, I would kick his old ass. What are your thoughts about this? I hope this story brings you as many chills as it did me as I remembered it, typing it out. Sometime when I was in my early 20s, between the years 2009 and 2010 to be exact, I took a vacation from my home in the south of Japan to a sleepy little seaside town called Shimabara. Needless to say, Shimabara is a town that is friendly, but the air is quite heavy, even without knowing the magnitude of history beforehand. It's also very, very, very old. For this instance, I will tell you, it was summer, and we were on our way walking to a site that my mother was excited to see. The Nihonzo statue. It's a Buddha in a reclining position. It's not the biggest, but my mother, being a Buddhist, on top of a lover of history, had been looking forward to it this entire weekend that we were staying there. Admittedly, for the same reasons I was too. The phone GPS I was using to get us there took us through an open strip mall, littered with freshwater springs that had cups for guests to take drinks, which was a reprieve, considering the humid weather. And into the temple, surrounded by a graveyard, is where we went. Now, it's not unusual for temples and graveyards to coexist, especially in the countryside. They're not common, but not unusual. It is unusual, however, to build a statue of worship or enlightenment in the middle of a graveyard. That alone began to set a very uneasy feeling in me, but not enough that I was very alarmed. The Nahonzo itself was at the top of a hill, which surprisingly was also the center of the graveyard. The entire slope up to it was surrounded by family plots, with the newest and biggest at the bottom, and getting older toward the top. Some of the graves at the top were so old that they'd lost whatever shape they were supposed to have, looking like rounded, rotted teeth, with their carvings either taken over by moss or washed away completely into unintelligible messes. Now, call me morbid, but I found far more interest in the graves than the Nahonzo by this point. Leaving my parents to take pictures and admire the bronze work, I wandered off to the steps just below to see the graves. If I looked over the crest of the hill, I could see the city stretching out and slivers of the ocean in the horizon. I didn't know why, but there was something beautiful but foreboding about watching the sea. I decided to look instead at the graves and try to see if there was anything at all that I could read. As I'm studying the barest scratches that pass themselves as family names, I notice movement to the right side of me, on the side that is open towards the sea and coming down from the Nahonzo. I turn my head just enough to make out what it is and quickly keep my head bowed with reverence. There's a monk leading a procession of what looked to be 3 mourners. The one at the front carrying the urn of ashes. The mourners are all dressed in black, heads hung low, and I have enough respect in me to move a little more to the opposite side and keep my head bowed to show respect for them. I failed to notice there was no chanting. There was no sound at all, no footsteps against the very much stone pathway. The monk's sandals, by all reason, should make noise. Getza are not stealthy by any means, but by my reasoning, mourners and a monk aren't unheard of in a graveyard, and when enough space between them and myself to be deemed respectable has passed, I move back to what I was doing. I find my gaze wandering down the rows of graves I'm in. Every plot is old. Some are even older, less identifiable than the one I'm examining. I look back and darkness catches my eye behind the grave. Almost thinking I was blocking a mourner somehow, I raise just my eyes and see, well, it. What gender it was, I can't tell you. I can't tell you it was human, though its body faded somewhere around the thighs, so there was no feet. Its hair was long, past the shoulders, and stringy, very black. Its clothes, though, honestly, it didn't even have the folds of clothes so much as appear that everything from its neck down was simply a black shadow in its former human shape. The nose was bulbous, with the ridge having a small bump, but mostly, I remember the eyes. They were wide with rage and hate. Its head hung low, as if being forced to bow to someone it loathed. And I could see the whites all around, such dark, hateful eyes. I glanced down the rows of old graves and saw every one of them had the same shadow. It watched me as I sidestepped out of the row and into the main path, where my mother found me. She was already looking at me strangely, asking me why I looked so pale. She likely thought it was one of my many health issues. I, instead of answering, asked her about the funeral procession that passed me by. Her answer still gives me chills. What funeral? There's been no one here, not even the priest. I immediately told her about what I saw, and she responded, by telling me that we were leaving right then, and that until we got out of the temple grounds, I wasn't allowed to speak to anyone. I obeyed. Now, here's the historical fun part. If you're old enough to remember the 90s, then Shimabara might ring a bell. It's the location of Mount Umzen, a very much still active volcano that erupted back then. It isn't the first time the town had been blasted by the pyroclastic flow of the volcano either. It's erupted at least 3 times since towns were built around it, with the worst of it during the Edo period, where the eruption not only destroyed the towns, but caused a mega tsunami that swept many out into the Ariake Sea, where bodies would wash ashore as far as Kumamoto. Summer is regarded as a time where the veil between spirit and physical begins to wane, with the thinnest being in August. For my town, other places might celebrate on a different day or different month when the festival Obon, or Day of the Dead, takes place. It's popular to tell ghost stories during the summer, as it's believed the chill you can get will help you with the heat, but too many and you'll summon a ghost. A woman stepped into the road as I was driving home on the 109 to Tohola in the fall of 2003. It was one of the most nerve-wracking events I've ever experienced in my life. I've had deer jump into my windshield before and woken up in the hospital in Aberdeen, wondering what the fuck happened. But not this. Trying to avoid her, I almost took my car off the embankment. Like, close. One tire hanging off the edge close. When the car stopped, I ripped it in reverse to get all the tires back on the ground, and then I threw it in park and jumped out. Leaving the door open, I ran to the front of the car. Nothing resembled an impact of any kind on the hood. I got on my hands and knees and looked under the car, even getting out my phone to use as a flashlight. I was relieved to see that I didn't hit anyone. I don't know how I didn't, but replaying it in my head, I didn't remember feeling anything hit my car, nor an underbump. I got up off the ground, and again, replaying it in my head, the joy that I felt for my luck became rage. Rage that someone would roll the dice with not only their lives, but someone else's in the process, by walking up this 2-lane highway at night. I shouted, "Hello? Are you fucking serious?" into the darkness. I could smell the rubber from my tires on the road from me slamming on my brakes. The chemicals in the ozone made me even more aware and angry of what had just happened. I may be 5'4", but I'm from the res, and I've knocked out bitches way bigger than this chick who just tried to step out in front of my car. I should also mention my emotions were already pretty high that night. I'd gotten into a fight with my boyfriend that night, actually. That's where I was coming from. So I was on a short fuse and not afraid to deliver the smoke to anyone who wanted it that night. In retrospect, I hope to control my anger better, but in that moment, I didn't care. Again, I shouted, "Hello?" with no reply. So, to show insistence upon not being disrespected, I retrieved a baseball bat from the backseat of my car, and then I walked to the edge of my headlight's visibility, telling her that she's going to wish the car got her instead of me. I stood there for a good minute listening. After a moment, I realized that the quiet night had gotten even quieter. The nighttime score had settled down. No crickets, no sound in the distance from the beach or other homes, no cars. I told myself this was normal, and that I just didn't step out of my car every night, and that's why this all seemed so strange. And so I stood there for a bit, no longer calling out, just looking around. The cold road, blackened under twilight, was eerie to be in. Feeling the weight of my irrationality, I quickly turned around and started walking back to my car. And that's when I hear footsteps on the pavement, sprinting towards me from behind. My terrified reaction? To scream while turning around swinging the baseball bat with every ounce of strength I have. So hard that I lose its grip and send it sailing into the dark. I could hear the wood hit the road once before it goes through branches and off the embankment. For a second time in this night, I have not made expected contact, and it's like my brain switches into flight mode. It feels like my body is controlling itself as my legs sprint me back to the car. And in there, I hit the gas pedal so hard that it almost goes through the floor. I was shaking the rest of the way home, looking frantically in my rearview mirror to see if someone was following me, and honestly, even looking to see if someone was in my back seat. I had to drive this route often, and I'd never had anything like that happen to me before. When I got home, my Gramps asked me why I was so out of breath from driving a car. I considered not even getting into it, but instead, I just sat down and told my Gramps about it. He didn't even react, only responding, saying, "Oh, Lena, you saw a mist." I truly wasn't sure what he was talking about. Was he saying that I had just seen mist outside and was scaring myself? I told him I knew that it wasn't mist or fog, and he sort of laughed while repeating slower, "Misp, a transformer, hun." This didn't clear my confusion, and he rolled his eyes playfully, saying that my mother doesn't tell me anything anymore, does she? He then explained, a misp, or a transformer, is known by many different names among many different Pacific Northwest tribes. For the Quinault, we refer to it by the name misp or musp, depending who you ask. And according to my Gramps, they can be real tricksters, shifting from being to being, altering their surroundings sometimes. Are they bad luck? I asked him. Naturally, I had to know. No, not bad luck. Just tricksters. Looks like they got you pretty good, huh? And then he laughed. I told the old man that wasn't funny. I could have been run off the road. But you weren't, Lena. Remember that, okay? I left it at that because ultimately, he was right. I was okay. I've driven the 109 many times since, as my family still lives out that way. But I haven't had any future encounters. Curious, how many people out there have had similar experiences? For my entire life, I've always been very sensitive to the paranormal. It seems actually quite normal to me, and there are very few things that I will claim do not exist in reality with any certainty. Much of that has to do with my experiences as a child. When I was still in my crib, I must have been no older than 18 months. My mother told me that she would watch me through the crack of the door because I was always talking to someone. It was always something that happened in the morning before she'd go scoop me up from my crib and begin our day. Every day, I was having a nonsense baby conversation with someone in the corner of the room. When she went in, she felt like there was something in the room, besides her and myself. She said that this presence or entity was not bad, that it couldn't be bad, because she got a feeling that the presence was there for me in a loving way. She felt safe because I was being watched over by a good energy. Sometimes she would feed me in a high chair in the living room, and according to her, I would turn towards the room suddenly as if someone called my name. She felt that presence from the other room. This is something that she's told me about throughout my life, but I never shared with her my own experiences before or after learning about these things. I have memories of being in my crib, which in itself is pretty strange. Most people don't start remembering things until around 3, and before that is sort of a fog of forgetfulness for most of us. But my nightly experiences in this crib are clear to me. So clear that it's as if they happened yesterday, and I'm 40. I would see fractals, a rotating light, and I could see images of people sort of arching over me in the darkness, being lit up on its own, as if being played on a long, curved movie screen. I could see, how do I explain this? What I perceive only now to be stars, like a moving universe of pinpoint lights that slowly moved around me. When I was a baby, and I really was literally a baby, this entertained me to no end, and I could watch it in awe until I fell asleep. Sometimes, something would wake me up in the night, something in the darkness. It would touch or tickle my feet. I remember looking at my feet, wondering without fear what or who this is. Every time this happened, I saw a hand or an arm, pale, whitish, reaching out to my feet, the way anyone would to try to play around with something cute, like a kitten or a puppy, or a baby. My crib was lit very dimly by some light, but the rest of my room was pitch black, except for the rectangular outline of the closed door. The light I could see from the hallway of our apartment. I would look for the person attached to this arm, but the rest of the arm went into the darkness, and all I could see was the arm. I would often think, I'm tired, stop that, in whatever way a baby thinks of that, without words. And the hand would retract into the darkness. I never felt afraid. Maybe that's because this being was indeed good, like my mother said. Or maybe it was at a point where I hadn't learned what fear was yet. I had no reason to be afraid. The world was yet filled with loving beings in the day and the night, in the real world, and the ethereal. My mother recently told me that she never told my father about these experiences. I certainly never got to tell him anything of what I experienced. Before they divorced, she went to tell him about a strange thing that used to happen with her and me in our old apartment. Oh, the thing that was in his room? Yeah, there was something in there. I felt it too, he admitted. When I came to the States about 15 years ago, one of my first jobs was working at a public pool. I would always work alone as my shift was the overnight or after-hours shift. I was responsible for cleaning the building's major touch points and for cleaning the pool itself. This experience happened just past 11 p.m., so the pool and the building, they'd been closed for over 2 hours. I moved on from cleaning the floors in the pool area to the floors within the locker rooms. While in the female locker room, I hear the very distinct sound of children's laughter, followed by a large splash. Panic fills my body as I go into worst-case scenario mode. There were still children within the building, and now they were inside the pool. I drop the mop and make my way across the wet floor as quickly as I can. I rush through the doors and I see that the pool is calm. Even more, it's still covered. The area is silent for a moment. I walk over to the pool cover to take a peek underneath, make sure no one is trapped or hiding. And as I do this, I hear the sound of little wet feet running around the pool area. I sit up, and then I stand. Then do a 360-degree look around, only to see nothing. No one. I stood there quiet, almost in disbelief of what was happening. I turn back to the locker rooms, slowly walk in and listen. Again, I hear laughter. Children's laughter. It's fading in and out just before it gets quiet entirely. I continued with my shift and then I got out of there. This was the first time I had that experience, but it continued for the whole year that I worked there. It was always the same. Laughing, splashing, running. I had decided that all those noises and commotion were coming from the pool area itself, as I had no other incidents in any other area. Since I was on the late shift, I never saw any other employees, and unfortunately, I didn't get to ask many questions. I looked into the place after I decided I was going to share this story. But even to this day, I don't see any negative history. I don't show anything that points to ghosts. So, was this pool experiencing some sort of time loop? Whatever that means. Or is it even possible that these voices were that of children ghosts? I think about this experience often, and 15 years later, I'm really still not sure what to make of it. This is my first submission to your channel. My uncle told me a story once that really creeped me out. I also fact-checked it with my dad, as he's my uncle's brother, and apparently witnessed all this mess go down too, but decided not to glorify it as a badge of pride like my uncle did. He was also more than a little bit pissed at his brother for sharing such a horrific story with me. I was just in primary school at the time. My dad's genuine irritation alone was enough to squash any doubt that I had. All right, here we go. When they were in middle school, they were riding their bikes home from class on an afternoon, like any other day. Lately, every day on their route, they'd pass by an apartment unit that was being built. Just plywood foundations and glass windows. A 3-story shell of what it would eventually be. There was always at least 7 to 10 construction workers at a time, putting in work on the property. The sidewalk was closed on the corner due to this construction. So my uncle and dad would have to get off their bikes to cross the street at the crosswalk, then cross the street again to become parallel with the direction they were originally going. Like an L shape, putting the building under construction across the street from them as they continued. But on the day my uncle refers to in his story, there was a construction worker standing on the sidewalk that they were walking towards, across from the building being built. The whole time they're approaching, he's staring at them, almost to the point where they're thinking that he's going to tell them that both sidewalks are closed now, or something, bouncing serious, direct eye contact between them every couple of seconds, until they finally reach the side that he's on. Now, this is when my dad plays a significant role in the story, because him, being, as my uncle described, a little hellion growing up, says to the construction worker, "Can we walk here, or are you just trying to eye flick me?" The construction worker maintains eye contact, but doesn't get mad or even flinch at the vulgarity being thrown his way, which my uncle says caught them both off guard. The man simply laughed and replied, "No, but watch this," pointing across the street at the unit under construction. My dad and uncle are trying to figure out what specifically he's pointing at when they hear glass shatter from the 3rd floor across the street. A window being installed has broken, and my uncle and father watch as a 4 to 5 foot piece of glass comes hurling down and straight into another construction worker's chest. The force takes him backwards, off his feet, and for a brief moment, being propped up by the impaled glass until the shards crumble, allowing his body to collapse in the gravel. The blood spray looked like graffiti across the new plywood exterior of the building, my uncle recalled, and a pool instantly gathered beneath him. The construction workers all dropped their tools. Some began shouting "Call 911" and running for the closest available open business for a landline. Most men surrounding the body stopped short of the circular red border that encompassed their motionless coworker. All of them in a panicked disbelief. Some are unable to see the carnage and turn away, but remain circled, almost to protect the public from viewing its horror. Unfortunately, my dad and uncle got to see it happen from start to finish. No amount of crowd coverage could block out the image from their mind. Both of them, in shock at what they saw, get back on their bikes and pedal away as hard as their legs can push them. My dad kept looking back and shouting, "Oh my God, I can't believe that just happened." My uncle said he personally couldn't turn around and look again and was shouting at my dad to stop turning around. The company cleaned up the incident, and they were back to work the next week. But riding down that street every day, my uncle said he couldn't. He kept replaying what he saw in his head. My dad's coping mechanism was to completely block it out and to not talk about it. Eventually, they found a different route to school and home. Agreeing an extra 4 blocks was worth it, not to pass that area anymore. Later, while I fact-checked this wild story with my dad, I asked, "Why did you keep turning around to look when Uncle Joey was yelling at you?" And he says, "At first, he did look back to see the accident. But in doing so, he also saw the same construction worker that had initially stopped them, still staring at them as they rode away. My dad even did a double take, thinking, yep, that guy didn't move at all. He didn't go check on his fallen coworker. On his last glance before turning out of view, the guy was still in the same place across the street." Hearing these accounts all together, out of pure empathy, I don't make my father retell it. I did ask him to drive me by it once, and he said that so much has changed in that town. I don't think I remember where it is. Meaning, no thank you. So, that's where this story ends. Did seeing that alter my dad's timeline? I'm sure seeing anything insane like that would affect someone in some way, right? Should I keep talking to him about it? Is this a repression that needs expelling further? Or should I leave it be? I wouldn't want my dad to have some PTSD breakdown. But I'm also curious if he'd feel lighter just talking about it from start to finish. His version, rather than fill in my uncle's rendition. Your thoughts are eagerly awaited. I don't know if I should tag this as crawler or little person or what, but I'll never forget what I saw. This was almost 16 years ago now, but I remember it. I was 14 years old and had stayed up late with 2 friends, H and S. My house was the hangout house during summer, and we were outside on my trampoline talking. It was probably 4 a.m. S fell asleep around 3 or something, but H and I were talking. Quick description of my backyard. Facing the back of the house, the trampoline was on the right at the bottom of a small hill. Atop the hill to the left was a patio. On either side of the back door, there were bushes and flowers. We had trees in the back, but the hill, which was most of the yard, was all manicured grass. No bushes, trees, or flowers. So you had a good view of anything moving around that area. And it's probably worth mentioning for crawler theories that there was a sewer gate at the base of the hill near the tree line. H and I are deep into some teenage angst conversation when we hear rustling from the trees to our left. It's loud enough to make us stop talking and listen. I'm not exactly sure, but I think the lull in the conversation is enough to slightly wake up S, or maybe the rustling woke her, because she starts shifting on the trampoline, which makes all of us shift and causes a loud creaking sound. Suddenly, the rustling stops, and a thin, pale figure, about 2 feet tall, dashes across the grassy hill to the bushes near the back door. It was so pale. It was almost glowing. Its head looked too big for its body, but not like in a creature way. More like if a human baby had the ability to run at 6 months, and also it was starving because, oh my God, it was so thin. I don't know what it really was, but my brain immediately processed it as pale, thin baby runs across yard. I turned to H, who is staring at the bushes in horror. I'm speechless. I want to ask if she saw it, but I know she did from her face already. We are terrified. We just stare at each other, trying to figure out what to even say, when S sits up, yawns, and asks, "Did a baby run across the yard?" and laughs. The fact that S offered that description before anyone could speak and before she knew that H and I were terrified is what gets me. Because when we said, "Yeah," she became wide awake like, "Wait, what? Y'all saw that? I thought I was dreaming." We stayed on the trampoline until the sun came up because the baby disappeared close to the door. I have no idea what it was, but I know it wasn't a freaking baby. For some context, I lived with my brother and parents in a flat in the north part of the city. Due to a legal procedure, we were evicted from that flat, so we split up. My parents and brother went to live in a flat near that area, and because I had no money to pay rent, my aunt offered to let me live in the second house she and her husband have. This house was located in the east zone of the city, a bit far from my work in the area that I used to live in for more than 20 years. However, it sounded like a promising way to start my independence. The house is located in a zone that is not very safe, and the periphery around the house is a bit shady. But it is worth it to say that it's a really big house, with big metallic doors, big kitchen and living room areas, 4 double bedrooms, 2 complete bathrooms, an extra service room, and a little chapel. Second side note, my uncle studied to be a priest, and then he studied psychoanalysis. He was a very well-educated man, and he knew a lot about black magic, tarot, exorcisms, that kind of stuff. And third side note, this house was used as the consultory house, so anything related to therapy or any other kind of stuff that he needed to sort out was dealt with in this house. Conferences, seeing patients, etc. So the first night I arrived, I had a spooky feeling about it. I went into my room and had difficulties falling asleep. Then at about 2300 hours, I heard 3 massive bangs coming from inside the closet. I shit myself and called my aunt. She said that was because of the neighbors, but to be honest, the sound was too loud to be the neighbors. Every night I came home from work, I felt quite agitated and anxious. After closing the main door, I had to run upstairs to turn the lights on until I got to my room. Once inside my room, I usually avoided any other areas around the house. The only other area that I would go into at night was the bathroom, which was next to my room. Some creepy noises were common during the night. It was also common to hear a window opening, which was even more scary. One day, my girlfriend stayed overnight with me, so she went into all the rooms in the house, checking everything just to find anything spooky. She found a cassette that was supposedly a therapy session, according to the label. But when we played it, it was my uncle speaking with a woman, and this woman was saying that she had a headache. Suddenly, she said, "The voices in my head are trying to say something." Then my uncle asked what they were saying. And completely out of the blue, the woman started speaking with a very deep, guttural voice and said something in a language that we couldn't understand at all. Then my uncle asked her to explain herself, and the guttural voice said something else, and then the cassette stopped. After this situation, more creepy things started to happen in the house. Suddenly, a lot of big and creepy spiders and scorpions were seen around just the upstairs rooms. One night, when we were playing cards, something moved the main deck from the middle of the table to the left corner of it. I barely sleep. I started to leave the side table lamp on all night, and I used to sleep from 2 or 3 a.m. till about 5 a.m. There was a really creepy feeling around the house, and there were some areas to avoid. The main ones were the kitchen, the chapel, and the room where we found the cassette. If you were there, you could easily feel that someone was behind you. Finally, I said all of this to my cousin, and she explained it to her father, my uncle, the one that did the exorcism in the house. And he said there was something wrong with the house, but for him, it wasn't too bad. He said the audio tapes were just to prove that this kind of thing or things were real and relatively common. I lived there for just 2 months, but felt like I was there for ages. As a fun fact, the only person that used to go there regularly was my uncle and my girlfriend. But my aunt just went there once when I was moving out, and she stayed in the car parking area the whole time. Some months after I moved, I asked her why she didn't go to that house regularly, and she said that she doesn't like it because she knows the house is haunted. And then she started laughing. When I was in my late teens, early 20s, I was staying at a friend's house. It was a big, old house that didn't give off any weird vibes. That afternoon, I was walking through the living room, which was pitch black, curtains closed, and no lights on. I ended up tripping on a vacuum cleaner. I was about to fall when I felt a hand on my chest push me back up. No one was there. I was a little freaked out, but I brushed it off and went on with life. I went to bed later and woke up during the night to see a lady sitting at the end of my bed. She was wearing an old-looking nurse uniform with a white bandana. She was just watching me. I didn't feel scared or unsafe. It was just a calm feeling. I closed my eyes, and when I opened them again, she was gone. That morning, I told my friend and her parents about it. Her mother went and grabbed a book from the shelf full of old photos. Their house used to be a place where people would come to give birth, like a hospital, but just for birthing. While looking through the book, I saw a picture of the midwife I saw. It was an odd experience, and not at all creepy. I like to think that she was making sure I was okay and keeping me safe. My brother and I would see a being when we were kids. It's been 20 years, and after talking, I want to know what it was. When we were kids, we used to be terrified of being downstairs, where all of our toys in our bedroom was. I was around 5 or 6 when this happened. My brother is 4 years older than I am and remembers it in more detail. The most specific time I can remember is when he said to me, "Someone keeps peeking at us." And when I looked down the hall, I saw a black, misty thing with a pitch black and bluish face, almost phasing back and forth behind the half-open door. I didn't like it and didn't try to look ever again because I was scared. We had bunk beds, and one night I was sleeping on the top bunk and felt like my brother was trying to push me out. I couldn't stay on and I fell off, hit my head really hard on the frame, and got knocked out. When I came to, I was crying, and my mom had me on her lap with some frozen peas on my head. My brother was sleeping on the bottom bunk and never the top. He told me that he saw a face in the wall that night when he went to get my mom after he heard me fall. We drew a ton of X's on the carpet to protect us from the monster. I don't know if that's relevant to figuring out what it is or not, but we got in a lot of trouble for it. I'd also wake up with my room looking like someone dumped all of my toys out everywhere. I hated it because I'd get blamed and have to clean it up. The only time I've ever sleptwalked was when this was going on as well. I started sleeping upstairs after a while, and I'd end up in the downstairs with the lights off and crying when I'd wake up, having no clue where to go because it was so dark and I wouldn't know where I was. Other times, I'd wake up at the top of the stairs, and sometimes I'd see it at the bottom, but not as often. I haven't had anything that frequently and consistently happens since. The last time anything happened, visually, was a few years ago. I was in a bad spot, and my ex said that she saw something really dark and really scary next to me. She doesn't believe in paranormal things, and so just played it off as a daydream. I'm bringing this up also because my current girlfriend and I were staying at her parents' house, and that night, we saw 3 tall, dark things standing over us, trying to inspect us or something. I hid us under the blankets, but she saw it too. They came from outside and moved the same way, phasing almost. It was similar, but different. It also seems like things are starting to happen, and I don't really know what the fuck is going on. The paranormal is a very rare occurrence for me, but these figures at night I see, scare me really bad, and are extremely infrequent when I do see them. Christmas time was very vivid. A few weeks ago was the last vivid experience. The other times are few and far between. I usually somewhat wake up, hide, and fall back asleep. So I'm unsure if they visited or not, since I wasn't fully awake and aware of what was going on. These current things are tall, with near pitch black skin, and are slender. They haven't hurt me or my girlfriend, but they physically touched my blankets that night, and I can't pretend that it's just a mind game anymore, not after that. She saw them too. So, can anyone help? Or at least help me figure this shit out? I'm a grown man, and I can't fall asleep without hiding myself every single fucking night. Is it possible for anything to live in or around you and just appear infrequently, whenever? I'm not sure if I should be worried or not. I don't know what to do here. I've never looked into this stuff much, and I'm pretty overwhelmed trying to figure things out on my own. I moved to a remodeled schoolhouse in Oregon, USA, when I was 3 or 4 years old, and I grew up in this house. Original schoolhouse was built in 1870, when Oregon was a legit frontier. The original settlers owned the mountain, meaning most of the residents could track their lineage to the original settlers. We were very much outsiders. The original schoolhouse burned down twice in its original location, which was about 1/4 a mile from the new schoolhouse, which was built in the 1920s. The original location is also where the community graveyard is. My bedroom was the original boys' dressing room in the school. When you walked out of my room, you would walk onto a stage, which had been converted to a living room. There were some instances that were pretty odd, but we'll just start with this. The house had a real bad vibe. There are particular areas that it felt like someone was sneaking up behind you or chasing you. What really traumatized me was the dreams. I remember 3 in particular that were very strange. One, I had a bad dream and went into my parents' room. I just remember being upset. They put a sleeping bag at the bottom of the bed. As I was in the sleeping bag, I started to feel pinching coming from under me. It didn't say that it was the devil, but I fucking knew it was. It said to me, "Your parents can't protect you from me," in a voice that again was pure evil. When I was 13, my parents remodeled my room, and we had hardwood floors. When they remodeled, they noticed floor access to under the house, in my closet. In other words, there was a trap door in my closet. Of course, I'm interested. Open it up, look in there, and go to sleep. I wake up in a dream where I'm in the fetal position in my closet, and I'm just hearing a terrible, terrible noise. I'm scared to look up. It's like if you've ever seen someone gasping for air. That's the best way I can describe it. It's a deep, disturbing, grunting noise. I peer up to look and see what it is, and I see a man with hair, long and blonde, looked like Kurt Cobain. His head was looking at his toes, so I couldn't really see his face. It was covered in wet hair. He's soaked. Leather jacket, logging clothes. He was holding an axe in one hand, looking at his feet, making this god-awful noise. It really fucked me up. Did I mention this was an old logging community? Well, last dream I had was a great one, but very strange. My grandma passed, and a couple days later, I had the most lucid dream I've had in my life. It was simply my grandmother holding me by both shoulders, saying, "Take care of your mom," over and over again. Later in my life, the advice had great relevance. Unsure if anyone will find this interesting, but I can pretty well assume some really bad stuff happened in that schoolhouse. There were also doors and entrances to the attic that were boarded up and made into walls. Considering most families inbred up there at the time, just get the feeling that there was some pretty foul shit that happened, especially in the frontier days. This is yet another long story, but probably my second scariest experience I've ever had. I'll get to posting my scariest when I have time, but this one takes place during my high school years, living in an apartment in Hawaii. One evening, preparing to go out to the park next to the apartments and relax myself, I'm standing by my window. My windows faced out towards the mountains and highway. I also happened to share a wall with the bathroom, and was facing the very way the bathroom window faced. It was also where the AC unit was located. So I'm standing in front of my window, freezing myself in preparation to face the humid Hawaii weather, just feeling happy and ready to go downstairs. I loved the view from that window. I loved looking out into the mountains and down the walls, just admiring the height. It was one of the original reasons I wanted to live there. I love height. I love the sensation of strong winds, I love being able to scope out the world from up high and all the possibilities of the day. So I'm just admiring the view, looking down to see the sheer drop of the wall that ended in the walkway to the connected parking garage. When I see her, clear as day and as awkward as a newborn fowl, it's a woman, pale-skinned and very, very long, thick black hair. She's moving disjointedly up the wall, as though confused on how to use her own limbs. I'm thinking, what the fuck is wrong with her? And it doesn't even register to me just yet, the fact that this is not a woman on the ground, drunkenly flailing around at the wall trying to get a grip. This is a woman actually standing on the wall of the apartment, staggering around, trying to get her bearings. When I realize this, a shiver runs down my back. Remembering the weird, jittery way she moved still gives me goosebumps. I just had to look out my work's break room window to confirm I'm safe and that it's daylight. Anyway, I realized this was not even remotely normal. As if sensing my thoughts, this woman abruptly stops her movements. Her body turns, and what might have been a head snaps up to look at me. I don't remember a face, only a mass of black hair, and as if she'd remembered how to use her limbs, she's suddenly spider-crawling up the wall at speeds not physically possible, charging towards my window on the 22nd floor. In a panic, without even bothering to turn on any of my lights, I simply grab my curtains and throw them over the window. Everything in my room is dark now. I can't see, but as I figured, she can't see me either. I am panting. I hear nothing. My AC is still whirling away. Maybe it was my imagination. So I gather my courage, pick up my metaphorical piss-soaked panties and put them on, and peek out the curtain. Gone. She's screaming. And before I can really process it, I see that same woman screaming, falling from the roof. She's hurtling toward the concrete floor where a couple are located walking in from the parking lot. I see no reaction from the couple in regards to this screaming woman about to splatter them when she simply disappears. I slam my curtains shut again, and I kept them that way ever since. I would get very upset if someone opened them, to the point of leaving the room until they were drawn again. It took years for me to be comfortable in a room with curtains open during the daylight, and I still can't sleep in a room unless all the curtains are drawn and closed. This story begins about 6 years ago, after the peak of paranormal activity started to die out. It started with random noises, which weren't really too out of the ordinary, so we ignored it. But it began getting more intense when we began hearing the front door closing and loud footsteps leading up and down the staircase. Technological glitches began happening. The TV randomly turning off or a light flickering. My new Xbox experienced glitches after bringing it home for the first time. Nothing too strange. But things began getting even weirder. Me and my family had been on vacation, and when we got home, everything seemed normal, except one thing. There were handprints and tiny footprints littered across the TV screen, imprinted into the random thick layer of dust. We'd only been gone for about a week, but the dust across the TV and cabinet made it seem as though we'd been gone for at least a month. There were 2 huge handprints, much larger than the average male hands. My hand could easily fit its palm alone. The fingers appeared to be broken, going off in strange directions. The other prints were even more strange. 2 small footprints accompanied by just as small handprints. We all stood in the living room for a few minutes, staring at the prints, trying to make sense of it. But we couldn't. My mother eventually wiped the dust away, and the terrifying prints eventually slipped our minds. This was the first encounter we had with Mac. And for a while, things seemed to be okay. But then I got home one day from school, and I got into the shower. When I was about to get out, I heard the front door open and close, and loud work boots stomping up the stairs and heading into the kitchen. I had assumed my father had gotten home and said hi as I walked into my room. After getting dressed, I walked about trying to find my father, but he was nowhere in sight, nowhere in the house. And when I went to check outside, the front door, it was still locked from when I got home. I gave up my search, assuming that he just needed to grab something. But as soon as I began to relax, I heard his truck backing up in the driveway. I walked outside and jokingly said, "Leave something at work?" He just looked at me confused and asked what I was talking about. So I said, "You just came home a few minutes ago. I heard you walking up the stairs, and then you were just gone." He informed me that he had not been home since this morning. Thinking back to when I heard the door open, I hadn't heard his very loud truck pull up, and I didn't hear anyone leave. This happened a few more times, and there were a few times I got home or was relaxing, only to find the front door was wide open. This continued for weeks, and then I finally saw him. I was home alone one night, sitting in the living room, watching my shows when the TV began acting out. I assumed the antennas were messed up, so when I went to adjust them, I saw him standing at the end of the hallway, out of the corner of my eye. He was tall, almost reaching the ceiling. He had a top hat on his head, and he wore black pants, a white button-down shirt, and what looked like a black vest. And then, in an instant, he was gone. I adjusted the TV, and the rest of the night was normal. From then on, everything kind of just went on the same. The footsteps, the door opening and closing, the lights flickering. And every great now and then, a stray handprint of his was found about the house. But mostly, any time we brought in any new electronics or strange items, he'd feel the need to mess with it, test it out, and see how it ran until he could understand it. Usually it only took him a few weeks, and he never touched it again. So, this is the story of how I became to know Mac, the tall, broken man. This isn't a spooky story, and probably pretty tame compared to some of these wild stories on here, but it's definitely a ghost encounter. Many years ago, my parents got divorced after my mom went and bought a house and I moved in with her. At this point in life, I was about 12 years old. My mom bought the house from an elderly couple who couldn't live alone anymore and were headed to a nursing home after the sale of the home went through. My mom shows up to the settlement, and all the paperwork gets signed, officially making the house my mom's. After the signing, the old couple, sellers, and my mom were sitting at the table, talking about the house, and the old woman casually says, "Just so you know, we think our son Daniel still lives in the house and has never left." Now, it's unclear if he died in the house or just came back to stay with his elderly parents. My mom was totally sketched out by this. Fast forward a few weeks, the second floor was completely unfinished. My older brother was in a trade high school, and as his senior project, he was framing out the second floor, doing the wiring, sheetrock, etc. One night, While there by himself, he was upstairs working, with the bedroom door closed and his music on. Out of nowhere, he said the handle did about a half turn, and the door, very slowly, opened to about 25%. He ran out of the house and had my other brother come pick him up. This was the first experience. About 6 months later, he was in a bad car crash and was lucky to be alive. After many surgeries and time in the ICU, he was sent home to recover and was in a bed/wheelchair for 6 months with very limited movement. He and his friends have many stories of what sounded like silverware dropping into the metal kitchen sink, or a frisbee just rolling across the room, etc. But never violent. Now, for my experience. You need to know the basic layout of the house first. On the first floor, there were 2 hallways in the house that formed a big L shape. My room was at the end of the short leg of the L, and the kitchen was at the end of the long leg of the L. Standing at the island in the kitchen gave you a perfect view directly down the long hallway to the intersection of where both hallways met. At that intersection was the bedroom door to my mom's room. There was also a pretty bright hall light at the intersection. One night, I was on a video game binge in my room. Honestly, I'd say 5 straight hours of playing without getting out of my chair, not even to go to the bathroom. While playing, I saw something out of the corner of my eye in the intersection of the 2 hallways. It looked like a moving shadow and pretty tall. I looked over, and after a few seconds, I dismissed it as being our cat. The height discrepancy didn't make sense, but I wasn't too worried. I started playing again, and a minute later, I saw movement again. This time I stopped and looked for a bit longer, focused on where I saw movement. And boom, nothing. I go back to playing for a few minutes, and I see movement again. No way this is my cat at this point. This time, I won't break my line of sight from the hallway. All of a sudden, I hear my mom saying, Kyle, what are you doing?" She comes speed walking down the long hallway from the kitchen and turns toward her room, but the door was closed, as she always left it. She looked confused, turned around and surprisingly saw me sitting in the chair in my bedroom. She asked, "Did you just go into my room?" It's just so weird. We both saw the same shadow in the same spot at the same time. Over the next years, we had so many small, unexplainable sounds, thumps, or out of the corner of your eye sightings. He was never violent, thankfully, or vocal, but it was always an ominous feeling. However, my mom was very unbothered by him and used to openly talk to him and just ask how he was doing. I guess to be friendly with him. One day, my mom decided to try and help him. She said out loud, "Daniel, I'm going to where your parents went. If you want to see them, come with us in the car." We then got ready and got into the car. The nursing home where they went after they sold the house was only a 5-minute drive from the house. My mom announced every turn and road name. "I'm making a left onto Trenton Road." Turn by turn, she gave directions out loud, and when we got to the nursing home, she said, "This is where they are, but I don't know what room they are in." We waited a minute and headed back home. And we never really saw anything definite again. I mean, we would hear something every once in a while, but that could be pipes or a tree or the neighbors. But nothing that was ever a definite ghost.